I do not think, therefore I do not am.
I'm doing my part.
That thing is so loud.
I'm doing my part.
I fixed
I'm
it.
doing
I
my
figured
part.
out what was happening and I
I'm doing
fixed
my
it.
part.
Look at me. I'm learning how to be
I'm doing my
a
part.
tech solver. I'm so proud of myself. The only thing that I haven't done is figured out how to add that to YouTube. So it's just a random sound that comes in on the YouTube live. I'm Mr. Meaty, look at me! Hey, BA, I was actually... Okay, maybe this is a weird one to start off. For anyone who doesn't know, BA's in a different time zone, so they haven't been able to turn up despite being a moderator. They're terrible at their job. That's right, I said it. No, I'm kidding. Hi, Clem Approves, thank you for the 51 months!
Clean fruit.
Simple, but I appreciate it. No, I actually was thinking about you when I woke up. And I was like, you know what? I should ask how their new apartment is going. So it wasn't weird, I promise everyone. It wasn't weird. It was just that I realized I hadn't had a chance to hear how the new place is. So I hope it is going well for you. That is what I was thinking. People get paid for this, not you. But maybe other people. Anyway, guys, hi. It's good to be back. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I did. I guess I did. Did I? Thinking. Anyway, something I did learn is that people are in space. They're going to the dark side of the moon. I didn't know these things. I know it's a little bit late, but that's what happens when I go on holiday. I tend to not follow the news or anything for that matter. And so I only just learned that people went to space, and isn't that cool? I know people go to space all the time, but the fact that they're going to the moon is something that I've been thinking about, where I'm like, why has it been 60 years? 60 years. Maybe they never went to the moon. Maybe they're still not going to go to the moon. It was on April Fool's Day after all. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. If you were ever to troll someone, that would be the day. If you ever wanted the flat earth conspiracy theorists to make certain that we're still not going to the moon, then that would be the day to do it. It's right in front of our eyes the whole time. Anywho. So I just think that's pretty cool. Space is pretty cool, but it's also very scary. I would never go to space, to answer the question to my own title. I already don't like flying. The idea of flying all the way into space, no, thank you. I'm quite happy here on the ground, here on
I'm
Earth.
doing my part.
Don't forget to end live, but we just began. Anyhows, hi, Calm. Hello. It's not profitable to go to the moon. Oh, yeah.
I'm doing my part.
You know what? You actually raise a really good point. I've never thought about it. It's very expensive. Yeah, that's a good point. There's nothing more to say, I guess, unless you're trying to do a dick swinging competition, which the country's always doing that.
I'm doing my part.
The number of conspiracy theories about which and how many moon landings are fake will multiply now, at least by 2. Thank God I wasn't the only one bit slow on the uptake. I didn't hear about it until they'd left already. Exactly. So it's not just me. I could use the excuse of me being in Europe, which is what I did. But the reality is, I just was slow on these things. Space is indeed cool and dark and vast. That's why there are so many films and TV shows and books and other media that is made on the thing that is space. But space, I suppose, if you're already afraid of oceans, then you should be afraid of space. And if you're not, then I don't understand the fear of oceans, apparently. It's just so empty. There's just nothing in between. I guess it would be pretty dope to see the Earth from, like, what's the low-flying one? The one that Katy Perry supposedly went in. I guess that would be okay. But otherwise, hold on. I can't tell if that's someone at the door or just random noises in the house. I think the latter. Because I am waiting for a little Amazon delivery. So I will keep an ear out for that. Space is big, really big. You just won't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly, I can't even say that word, big it is. I mean, you think it's a long way down the road to the chemist, but that's just peanuts to space. Shout out to Doug. What's this channel about? I ask myself that every single time I go live. I am a just chatting streamer first and foremost. I have said this so many times to the people who have been here. I'm going to say it again. I liken it to going to catch up with a friend for coffee. You don't necessarily plan what you're going to be talking about, but you always find something. And I realized that space is a thing that exists. And so that's what we're starting off with today. No one let her know we are in space right now. Woo-wee. That's some big brain stuff. Just don't forget whose flag is up there. Well, that's the reason they got to go to the other side, because they don't want to disprove their own conspiracies. If you can't get back pay, get payback. I don't know who I would need to get payback on, but, you know, it's wise words nonetheless. I wonder if one's dick is bigger in space. Oh, because gravity's not holding it down? But it would be affecting it. If you're a grower rather than a shower, then maybe it would not be as useful. Maybe you'd be better as a shower than a grower. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be more gratuitous than that. I feel like I was already skirting the line there. Anyhow, thank you so much for the biddies.
Life is like a whiner. Sometimes it's up, and sometimes it's down. But it won't be hard forever.
I was like, what do you mean life is like a whiner? Are we complaining all the time? What is this? But then I understood. My balls wouldn't hang so low in space, but maybe that won't make you look like such an alpha male, you know? Maybe that's what's so great about being on Earth. Get yourself a Yamaha 612 electric guitar. I would if I could afford it. Can I afford it? I actually have been missing my guitar. I play acoustic guitar rather than electric, but still, I still miss it. I have been having a bit of a hankering to be tickling those strings, you know? Technically speaking, a dick swinging competition would be one if it's smaller, right? It swings more often and faster. I guess I could do more rotations for like a helicopter situation. I don't mind this. You know what, Ron? You've given me a lot to think about. Space, you can see things coming at you, whereas the ocean has fall off, so if something shows up, it's too late. Ah, okay. Because you can't just keep seeing way, way, way in front of you. All right. But then also in the space, there's nothing you can really do about it. But I suppose if you're in a line of fire, then that's probably on you. I want a lottery that gives me a chance to buy tickets to the Olympics in LA in 2028. It's tomorrow sometimes, a 24-hour slot. I have to look to see if there are events I'm interested in, can afford, then I can figure out flights and hotels later. Yes, I agree with this as well. So for example, there is a total eclipse happening in Iceland this year. And I really, 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 really wanted to go. And I asked a few people if they would go with me. And they're like, ah. It was very non-committal. Whereas I'm like, either tell me you're going or not, because I'm going to go without you. And they're like, ah. And when I was organizing my road trip accommodation, I kind of had this little light bulb switch thingy, whatever, where it just was telling me, you know what, you should probably look at the accommodation in Iceland, because people really do eclipse hunt, and it can get very bloody expensive if everyone has booked out accommodation to go watch the eclipse. So I went on a little, you know, like booking.com or whatever, hashtag not sponsored. And it was like $10,000 for 4 days. And I was like, what the heck? What do they think I am? A streamer who gets 50,000 viewers? Well, I can tell you that's not the case. That's not the case. It was like 10. Yes, I kid you not. I can even look it up right now and corroborate my own story. It was ridiculous. It was crazy. Except there was one place, one singular hostel that was about 500 Australian dollars. So I went, all right. It was the last bed in the hostel. You know how they have like 16 beds or whatever. I can't remember how many this one has. I just know that it has one with my name on it, baby. So I am going to Iceland, other than the fact that I don't have flights to Iceland. Other than the fact that I still have to like get there, I do have somewhere that I can sleep at least. So go me. And then I when I hung out with my friend last week on my road trip, she was like, oh, so what's going on with Iceland? And I said, well, you're not coming unless you can afford accommodation for $10,000 for a few days. It's like $2,000 a night. So unless you're holding out on me, then you're not coming. Because if you can't afford that, then we have very very different dynamic of our relationship than I would like it to be. So anyhow, so is that not how you spell wiener, or is that just Brian pronouncing it incorrectly? I think it was just Brian pronouncing it incorrectly, but I am doubting wiener, Wiewer. We will have to look it up. We need a new TTS. Not being able to pronounce wiener is a deal breaker. But see, now you've spelt wiener the other way around, so maybe we just can't spell wiener. You play autistic guitar. Well, it's a special guitar, that's for sure. A total eclipse of the heart. New sub goal? $10,000 accommodation? No, I would not. I don't feel like I can quite justify that one. Take a tent. I'm sure you can find a campsite somewhere. Yeah, see, I feel like it would be possible, but I don't know what the system is in Iceland. And I've got my hostel bed, so I will be all right. Thank you for the biddies.
Wiener whiner.
Okay, well, there we go. Maybe we just can't spell wiener. Dare you to cover the camera with your nose? What if I cheat and zoom it in? What do I get out of this? Also, hi, Echo Cards. I am having a good night, and I hope you are as well. Do you like BBC? It's not really my news media outlet of choice. I kind of don't really watch or listen to any traditional media, but I suppose it's not a bad one. But yeah, I think BA also raises a good point of which BBC. I kind of thought UK because I'm in the UK, but anyway. You're engaged? This is the first time I've heard about it. Hi, Alpaca. Good to see you. First time here. Just want to say I hope you heal from whatever you don't talk about, and may both sides of your pillow stay cool. Have the day you deserve. I am tearing up from that. Thank you, hippie at heart. Damn. I didn't expect that to hit quite as hard as it did. Thank you, hippie, and I hope the same to you. That's really kind. Hi, Dan. How you going? Thank you. That's really sweet. I've been hesitant to book flights for May because we might run out of jet fuel. Where are you hoping to go, Godzilla? And thanks for the like button too. Now, if someone wants to go with you, it'll cost them at least 10K. No. Let me point this out. It will not cost them 10K. 10K was just for several days. It'll only cost them like $1,000 to $2,000, maybe. I don't know. Shall we look it up? Shall we have a little look-sees? Okay, booking.com. Booking. There we go. And then I go search. No, not my previous ones. God damn it. Okay, why is it going here? Oh, because I'm hitting messages instead of search. That's silly. Okay, Reykjavik. I'm not sure how to say it. I will learn before I go there so I don't embarrass myself. What? This one is suggesting the one. Oh my god. Okay, so I already had the search open because I've already booked something. And the top result is 3 nights only. 3 nights. And it's telling me that it's a special deal because it's, it's got a little bit of a discount on it. And that would be $18,000 for 3 nights. Oh, but that does have 4 beds. Okay. So if we want to pool together and go as a big old group, then it will only cost $18,000. That's not too bad. This one is 2 beds. Okay. 2 beds. I feel like these are 2 single beds. Let me have a look. But we could totally squish more people in there. Don't be silly. That one's only $8,000 for 3 nights. This is all in Australian dollars because that's still what I use for spending things. Ooh, this one's a steal. This one's only 4.5 for a studio. $4,500 for 3 nights for a studio. See, it's not that bad. What's that per night? $1,500. For those who need a comparison, AUD to USD. $1,500 per night. That's only $1,050 per night for a studio. People pay that if they're bougie like us. We're bougie, right? We're bougie. Hi, Night Warrior. Reykjavik. Okay, so the thing is that I went to the Balkans and they often say like a ch for their C's at the end. Not that this one ends with a C, but that's why I was confused because I wasn't sure if it would be a Reykjavik or a Reykjavik. Sounds like an awesome deal for the business owners. Yeah, they're like, thank goodness there was an eclipse happening this year. Hi, 420. Reddit advice about the Olympics may apply to eclipse as well. Ooh, so I went to the Paris Olympics in 2024. My best advice is to book something that's refundable. Yes! Okay, that's a great idea. We booked a few months out, like 6 months, I think, and it was really expensive. But then I just kept checking hotels around the area. I wanted to stay and prices kept falling, and we were able to get a room at a different place for a quarter of the price. I think a lot of people book rooms and then cancel them close to the event. That is very good advice. I like it. I don't think it will necessarily apply to my situation because I feel like what did I get? Let's say $150 a night Australian. So let's say $110 a night American dollars. I don't think I personally am going to be able to get anything more cheap for this trip specifically, but future things that are around events. I think this is great advice. Book something refundable. People will definitely cancel. That's why flights get overbooked all the time because they assume someone or several people will not turn up. I like this plan. Great. Is this on Booking Scam? Is Booking.com terrible? I don't know. I didn't know Booking.scam is a scam. Is it actually that bad? I've been using it for so long. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Well, you have to share with me what's gone on there. I feel pretty bougie in Hawaii right now. Damn. Just, getting some sun. You would be feeling bougie. Did I know you were going to Hawaii? It may have escaped me. It's been so long, BA. It's good to see you again. Alternate plan, you could buy an eye mask for $5 and pretend it's dark because of the eclipse. Ooh, use my imagination. I suppose I could do the same for going to space. If I close my eyes and I push my hand into my eyeball, then I might start seeing colors and it will feel like space or taking drugs and may also cause me irreparable eye damage. These are things that we could do when we can't afford going to space or going to see an eclipse in Iceland. I like it. I like it a lot. Would you go to space with Katy Perry? I personally don't want to go to space. I already don't like flying. I only fly because I like traveling. I love being in another country. I love exploring. I love driving. I love a road trip. I don't like flying. Flying is a necessity and ends to a means to an end. There we go, the other way around. However, I have to consider the hypothetical on the opportunity of me going to space with Katy Perry. Would I pay for it? No. If some reason Jeff Bezos decides, you know what, we need more marketing and we need to bring streamers to space, and we're not just going to get big streamers, we're going to get little streamers too, and somehow I end up in that lottery. Yes. Yes, I would go to space with Katy Perry. I'd probably cry the entire time. Maybe should write a song about me later. That would be kind of fun. I think it will be great marketing for me. Maybe I could become a big streamer after that, and maybe I could make enough money to be able to afford my own flight to SpaceX. I think that these are things that, yes, I would agree to. I also can then be interviewed by, like, Moist Critical, who did a little video on Katy Perry after her time in space. I could go chat to him, and I could give him the goss and be able to share whether or not, well, I guess we would have gone to space hypothetically. But I would like to also have literal front row seats and tickets to be able to see if something goes a little bit wires crossed up there, because after she came back from space, she just seemed like a whole different person. Or maybe the same person. She's always been a little bit odd, hey. Anyhow, so yes, I would go to space with Katy Perry to answer that question. just to keep that nice and simple, I don't want to go to space. I don't like the idea of being in space. It terrifies me greatly. I would never pay to go to space, and even a lottery to go to space for a lot of reasons, I would not. But specifically with Katy Perry, hell yeah. Maybe I can sing her some tunes and win American Idol while I'm at it. Or Space Idol. The first Space Idol winner! And it will be Katy Perry and not me. That's the alien. Yes, exactly. You're an alien. World Idol. That low. What do they call it? The Stratosphere Idol. New setup. Well, it depends what you constitute as new. I've been here for a month now, so yes, I guess. Yes, we are up in the attic in my new house. It's not bad. Hi, Les. I'm well, thank you. You're looking relaxed. Thank you. A little bit of a glow. That's because we have the perfect sun right now. So for those who have been watching with over the last month and it not be a new setup by now, the sun. This is how I like the sun. It's not overwhelming and creating exposure over here where it's just basically bright white light. It's just kind of subtle. It gives me a little bit extra over here and then also over here, so this side is not completely dark. This is the lighting I like. Thank you for the follow. We are spinning on a rock hurling through space as we speak. Don't want to think about it. Don't want to think about it. I don't know why I said think about it. I don't want to think about it. All odds pale in comparison to music now taxes. Now taxes are so free. TurboTax free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Oh, for the annoying ad. Gotcha. Irreparable eye damage that you also want you wear your glasses for. Yeah, I won't need to wear glasses when I can have a sick as hell eye patch. Maybe that's what I've been working up to this whole time. Also, I did see, BA, that you have seen a luau, and they did dances from Polynesian nations, including a haka. That's very cute. Inspired by a Maori dance, a Samoan dance that ended with a guy throwing fire sticks. That's badass. I hope you had a lot of fun. I love the celebrations. I think that is cool as heck. Hello, Gaffer. How you going? And Finne. Bruit woot luit. Brut woot luit. Hello, welcome. Good to have you here. Does Clem do crowd work on streams now? I'm working on it. I'm learning. I'm finding my rhythm, you know. I feel like I'd like to see space, but I have an irrational fear of dying to the vacuum of space. I have a irrational fear of dying in planes and rockets, so that's the one. You and Aussie? No, not quite. Not quite, but you're close, but no. Would you go in a submarine with Elon Musk down to the Titanic wreck? Definitely not. I know that I was talking all about the marketing and how great it would be, but that one, no, I don't feel like no, I'm not interested in that one. What's up? What's up? Yeah, we're trying a new stand-up set. That's what it is. Yes. So not a new space, but rather a new setup. We're finding who laughs at what. New house, congrats, sort of. It's not my house. I'm staying with someone whose house it is in the UK, so I am very lucky. I would say the congratulations are in order for the fact that I have someone who is willing to house me, so that's a good way of putting it. And it's not really a house, it's a flat. But nonetheless, these are details. So your name is Clementine, yes. Where are you from? New Zealand. Pirate? It would be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's not a white, it's a yellow type. Exactly. So this one here, up like at the top, is what's it called? Like a fluorescent light, but the rest of the light is the sun. What if you'll gift 1 million subs if you did it? No, I really don't think I could do it. The thing is that submarines are more terrifying than flying. At least I've flown before. And Elon Musk, I don't even know what I would ask him. You know, what would we even talk about? 1 million subs? That feels like a conversation that could end pretty quickly. I'm not good at chess, but I know a queen when I see one. Oh, well, that's good for you. I feel like it would be very helpful so that you can use the proper your royal majesty and not your royal highness. Just so you know, those are two different ways of addressing different types of royalty. So I feel like that would be very helpful. I would not know. I would not know a queen if I saw one. Even maybe if it was Lizzie. What, New Zealand? Yes, that's where I'm from. I'm from New Zealand. That is where my accent is from. Well, not really. My accent doesn't sound like a New Zealand accent. My favorite color is clear. I like that. I feel like if you look at a color wheel and you change the opacity to 0%, it's on the color wheel. So I like it. Nice. Gonna call you, Clem. It'll be an us thing. Yes, that sounds great. I'm glad that finally I've got a nickname. I like it. Hey, Toast, good to see you. The lighting is cinematic. Yeah, it's better some days than others. Hi, No Guns, how you going? And Crosma, cheers from Norway. Hey, I hope you've been well as well, Raisin Toast. I heard that you got pickpocketed on travels one time. I know that probably wasn't recent, but that was something that got shared with us because of our own conversations. So I'm sorry that happened to you when it happened to you. Hi, Parid, how you going? And Daniel, what month were you born? June. Put me in a pod, jettison my happy ass into the inky black abyss in the direction, in the direction of the nearest solar system and forget about me. I did say that you'd be all for it. I feel like it would suit you, Kiwi Man. I don't know why. I don't have any basis as to why I think you, maybe you'd suit the autonomy, Just, you know, it's like, all right, let's send Kiwi Man off to this mission, and I just feel like you just tune in when you need to tune in. It's like, yeah, just past the moon, and then you keep going, and then like 20 years later, it's like, girl, you'll never guess what. I just saw like a comet, and another 10 years later, it's like, still not anywhere. It's just a lot of black. It pretty though. It pretty. I think it would suit you. Can we see your Chocky starfish? I don't actually have one because I'm a girl, so it's you know, I'm just watching my figure. Well, the thing is, I thought you said chocolate fish. I know what you mean by Chocky starfish, but I thought you said chocolate fish, and it got me excited as a New Zealander, but I guess we can't all have candy. This dude looks like he has Down syndrome. What are you watching? In that case, maybe they do. That is a possibility. That is a possibility. Is anyone modding the YouTube chat? Yeah, me. Oh, it's me. But the problem is that the multi-chat is really bad at just deleting things, and they come up quicker than I can moderate. How is Leo doing this month? As in Leonardo DiCaprio? I wouldn't know. I'm too old for him. I will tell you what, life takes a toll. It does, doesn't it? What are we talking about? Space! And how wonderful it is! That's in the title, you know. Doesn't make me wonder if I ever get around to booking a tour of the Paris catacombs, if I would chicken out on that too. Ooh. I don't actually know anything about the Paris catacombs. Is that a thing? Do people go to see them? Evidently they do. What's down there? Why would you chicken out? What's so scary? Is it because of ghosts? Is it haunted? Are there ruffians down there? Tell me more. I've been calling you Clem this whole time. I didn't realize it was them thing. Yeah, sorry. I just felt really conflict avoidant and I didn't want to say anything, but it was actually a us thing, you know. Yeah, clutch your phone, dear life in London. Yeah, we were talking about live IRL streaming in London and how I don't think I'll do it for that very reason. One of my friend's mods got held up at gunpoint. Holy crap. With his whole family while he was visiting them in Colombia. They stole his brother's car, all their money, and even his passport. Holy crap. Hopefully, oh my God. That's traumatic. I'm sure that they got everything like through an embassy or whatever. Like that's what insurance is for and whatnot. But holy mother of what? That is insane. That would be so scary. Poor things. Chat with some guys from South Africa in game often. I missed it. And I tell them they sound Australian, but they sound, they're like, no, I sound South African. I feel like South Africans sound more like New Zealanders than Australians anyway. I have chocolate fish right next to me. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. No, Pope Leo. Oh, Pope Leo. I don't know. I'm not Catholic, so I haven't really been following things, but you know, hopefully things are going all right for Pope Leo. 10 years after that, it's just so aliens are real. I figured out immortality. What's new with you? Yeah, and you just be so casual about it. It's great. It's great. They have tours, bones, small passages in the catacombs, and that was like, okay, maybe I'm just realizing I don't know what the definition of catacombs is. Sometimes life hits hard, madam. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I've had a rough week, so you don't have to remind me. Hello, Slim Shady. How are you? Quick question of you. If you were go to space, tell the man on the moon he owes me money. Yes, of course. I will absolutely do that. But I'm not going to space. That's a YouTube chat. I thought that was somehow not seeing these totally real Twitch viewers. No, that's a YouTube chat. You got it. The grey lady. She's real. I don't know what a grey lady is. Aussie, not quite. New Zealander. I dog the she out of you. Thank you. What a compliment. That's really kind. I'm glad that you think that I am so attractive that is something you could help with, especially because I've been really struggling with constipation. And so, you know, your assistance on that would be well appreciated. Okay. Anyhows, Nick the Kiwi. Ooh, we've got another Kiwi. Kia ora. Welcome on in. Okay. So, I do apologize, Goat. We do have English only chat. So, I am trying to moderate, but I tell you what, it is hard on my system. The real Slim Shady, the one and the same. If your mod team were held hostage by Elon Musk and he would only let them free if you went to space, would you do it? Nah, that'd be fine. The mods are already like in the basement and in the dungeon. What difference would it be should they be held hostage by Elon Musk, you know? They're fine. They're fine. Okay, so the grey lady is a ghost or spirit that's been around for a while. I feel like I know the lady in white, but not the grey lady. Going to space is kind of hyped up, but it would be awesome. Put some persons on the first flight and that they never get back. Which first flight? Like to Mars? Which one do you mean? Is that strawberry blonde or just orange? I don't know. People used to call me strawberry blonde growing up, but I've never identified with that term. So I just call myself ginger. So orange, I guess. Why are you telling us this? Because that is what streamers do. They talk, and sometimes say dumb shit. And that is the answer. Hopefully it's a nicer basement, yeah. What do you call the number 7 that has a cold? What do you call? I don't know. What do you call the number 7 that has a cold? Sick 7? Oh, poor thing. I hope it gets better, you know. See any British theatre musicals recently? Not recently. I went last year to Wicked and to Hadestown, but I haven't been since moving to the UK. Yeah, Mars. There we go. But never go back. The thing is, there are so many people in this world that 100% would go to Mars without the expectation of coming back. Like, that is something that I think a lot of people would sign up for and have probably signed up for already. I don't think it is too much of a marvel, because there are people who want to do it for humankind, as it were. Who'd win in a 1v1, the Grey Lady or Mothman? Mothman, lock it in. It belongs to the billionaire. I'm sure it's much nicer. It probably even has carpeting. No, that's how they stay rich, is by having decrepit and skimping out on places, you know. Let you drain my bank account and resell my social security number. Is that an offer? Because I do need accommodation in Iceland for my friends. So do you have like $10,000? Just you can come with. We can go watch an eclipse together. But if that, you know, I'm just saying, is that an offer? Is that an ASMR mic? No, it is not. It is just a mic that's not on a stand. I'll take my leave. I got to give the doctor a little bit of hope that the sleep medicine is fixing my schedule, even though it isn't. Good luck, Citrusella. Thanks for stopping by nonetheless. Hades Nutstown, got him. Lady in Red. I have a joke. I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready to hear it. Ban someone who said the joke. Yeah, we're not going to ban people for asking to see like my butthole and for saying very sexual things, but we will ban that joke. That is our line. You know, assholes and horrid comments about women and objectifying them, they're free. However, don't you dare make a 6-7 joke. That is not on. You're out of here, ban. In fact, it probably is a good point of reference, because then we'd be banning children, and this is not supposed to have anyone who is under 13. So it's probably not a bad guess. Like, it's not a bad one, you know. I thought that 6 that had a cold would be achoo! Achoo! I like it. I think it's funny, Penguin. I like it. Okay. Oh, I don't like that joke. That one's racist, Jamba Juice. Hi, Buster. I understand some Icelandish is the closest thing of Old Norse. Cool. There we go. Hi, Allison. How you going? Thanks for the little kiss. Women are free. I'll take 8. Please. Please. Who would want to see the nasty hole that everybody's already seen, probably in the whole town? As in the asshole? As in my asshole? I thought that my slutty escapades were really kept under wraps, but I guess the whole town talks quickly. Where are you from? I'm from New Zealand. Thank you for asking. Hi, Batman. I have a question. You may ask your question. Never have a ginger on your boat, though. That's luck or unlucky? I was thinking it would be unlucky. Yeah, objectifying, but no 6-7 jokes, please. Just out into space? Yeah! Yeah, just out into space, you know? How about 69? Well, if you're lucky enough to go to 69, then, you know, all about it. Hi, Katie Cameron. Are you single? Would it change anything? If I say yes or no, what would that do for your perception? I feel like me talking about about buttholes probably is an indicator that maybe there's not a lot going on over on this side. Although I can't sleep with the whole town if I'm in a committed monogamous relationship. So we have established that although being single, I apparently have slept with the entire town. So keep that in mind. Her accent is incredible. My accent is a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of countries. It's okay, I'm a black Chinese woman and I'm the main character of the joke. Well, in that case, it's not a joke. It's just sad that you've been discriminated against when you've tried to go there. Nasty hole? Well, come on now. It might have been a hole everyone's seen, but a nasty hole? That's crazy. Can we do a 360? No, because if I move, I get cut off the camera. Single, want to mingle. I like your hair. Same. I'm glad you like it. You look nice. You sound nice. Where is this? In an attic. This ain't Tinder. What? But here I was trying to get my profiles. If you could have a brain chip that could better your brain somehow, what would you want your brain chip to do? Probably remove the crippling anxiety and depression that I get from time to time. That feels great. But then I would also probably rule the world if I didn't have that holding me back, you know? You know, it would just be nice to not wake up and feel like I can't get out of bed. That would be nice. That's probably what the brain chip would do to better my brain. That's just my thoughts. You'd go to space? Hell yeah. Would you try and go all the way to the moon? What if you can't come back? Is salt and pepper considered spicy in New Zealand? No. We have a lot of Indian immigration, and so we actually do have some decent spice, but probably not so much from the Mexican side of spice. But like curry spice. So there are a few of us who are okay. If you're single, I'm taking a flight to New Zealand and look for my wife. Well, if you're looking for me, then you'll probably be looking for a long time because I don't actually live in New Zealand. I live in the UK. But I do recommend taking a flight to New Zealand anyway. There are wonderful people there, a beautiful country, and you probably will want to settle down there regardless if you find someone to marry, you know? It's weird how people take no, I'm not interested more seriously when it's accompanied by I have a boyfriend, right? Might change the manner of masturbation, you're not wrong. But also gross. Hi from Germany. Hello, wie geht es dir, Ravensburg? Oh my god, do you like puzzles? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Hello, Junge. Hi. I'm from New Zealand, but I live in the UK. Southampton, Buster, that's where I am. We are cool people, hell yeah. Fish and chips is how I say fish and... Oh my god, you made me nervous. Fish and chips is how I say fish and chips, and so it doesn't really sound very New Zealand, but if you want me to put on a New Zealand accent, I can do it. Anyway, I got very excited. I thought you were a stand-up comedian. No, I'm a sit-down comedian, actually, and my whole shtick is that I'm sitting down. My material may need some work. Anywho, good morning, Stone Lord. Oh my god, I didn't learn hello in Estonian. What's your Instagram? It's the same as my username, Exclementine. You're all horribly failing, so here's how to pick up a girl like Clem. If I were to rate you from 1 to 10, you're a nat 20. Why did that work, though? Why do I feel sweaty? Rod, why was like oh my god. I wasn't expecting it. I was like, oh wow. Okay, I have to pull my tea. One moment. I have to, wait. Okay, one moment. Oh my god. Damn. Damn. That was... Whoo-wee. Anyway, Kipling's... I don't know what Kipling's is. A ginger ninja! The very same! Not a comedian, just sitting down this... Yeah, Southampton on the coast, exactly right. You've gone the same color as the brick wall. I know, that's why I need to drink so that I can hide my, I don't know, whatever
I'm doing my
feeling.
part.
That joke could be mistaken for a handicap joke. I don't know how, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm doing
Can
my
we
part.
pin that? I don't think I can pin it on my end. I've got a new multi-chat thing to monitor everything, and it's not. It does the job, but it's not great. So it is hard. Hi Cassidy, hope you're well. Pretty fly for a nice girl. Thank you, Dankeschön. This is sehr gut. But yeah. I'm all flustered now. Have you been to the Kipling's factory? No, I haven't been to the Kipling's factory because I don't know what the Kipling's factory is. The only Kipling I know is the one who wrote the Jungle Book. So give us a fluffy Minotaur update if you insist. Okay. So I'm still giggling. Oh my god. I'm still giggling over this nat 20. That's so ridiculous. Okay. I'm chill. Also, hi everyone. It's been so nice to have you. If you're new to the channel, welcome. My name is Clementine. You can call me Clem if you are specifically that guy, because it's an us thing. But we're having a lot of new people coming on the YouTube chat. I'm new to YouTube Live, so welcome. Thanks for being here. Consider liking and subscribing and following. I don't know how to do this. Okay, moving on. I tried to do the plug. I hate it already. Instead of stand-up comedian, a sit-down comedian. Exactly. Mr. Kipling makes great apple pies. Do they really? Okay. Well, hier kannst du, nein, mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut, aber mein Papa kommt aus Mannheim, das ist warum ich kann ein bisschen sprechen, aber ich müssen mehr üben, so es kann besser machen, aber ich habe ein bisschen Angst, so wann ich müssen viel Wörter sprechen, dann ich kann mehr verstehen, dann ich kann sprechen. Okay, das ist gut. Dankeschön, dankeschön. I don't mind existing very much right now. For me, that's me being well.
I'm doing my part.
A little attempt at positivity there. Rudyard Kipling wrote the famous poem Boots. I don't think I know this one. Thank you for being awesome, Crosma. Oh my god. You are the way, the truth, and the life. I live by faith and not by sight. For you, I'm living all for you. That's not the lyric at the end. Anyway, whenever I see the way, the truth, and the life, I cannot not think of that song. Thank you to Hillsong, if you guys know them. Anyway, thank you, Lil Ray. Thank you. I speak a little bit of German, yes, but I understand. Dankeschön, Ravensburger. I understand more than I can speak, is what I was saying in German. So I need to go to Germany or German-speaking countries so that I can practice more, because that's where I really falter. Is like I know, and so I don't have a massive vocabulary, and so there are words where I'm like, I just don't know how to say this word because I don't have the vocab for it. But if I'm listening to a conversation, that's when I can say, hey, I understood everything around this except for that one word. And then with context, you understand. So for example, when I was on my road trip, I was in Austria and we got a flat tire, and all of a sudden I'm having to have an entire conversation with strangers being like, help, flat tire. But with context, people can figure it out. In the moment, I'm like, okay, tire, what's the word for tire? But when you're having a conversation with someone, even if you never spoke a lick of German, you'd probably be like, people will know that you're talking about a tire. So I think that that's why I try, whenever I see someone who's German, I always try to say something back in German, because it is me trying to practice, because that is where I'm struggling, is I don't have people to practice with. My dad, anytime I speak German to him, always reverts to English, and I'm like, Dad, I can't get better at German if you're speaking English to me, damn it. That being said, I did catch up with my parents yesterday, and Mum was flitting around, so we had a mini conversation in German, which was really cute, and he told me about his trip. They were just away in Napier in New Zealand. So although I'm not in New Zealand anymore, my parents still are. So they just had a little trip in Napier, which is really cute, and he was telling me about that, and he didn't revert to English, and I was so happy. I was like, oh my god, I actually get to practice now. Anyhow. Yeah, the Boots poem isn't famous enough for me, apparently. Were you a member of Hillsong Church? No, I was not. I was a member of a good Anglican Christian school. 2 of them, in fact. My primary school and my high school. My primary school did not have us singing Hillsong songs. However, my high school, they were trying to get us to, like, be involved and enjoy Christianity. So we got to sing some upbeat songs like that one. So fun. Austria was very nice, yeah. It was good. Manem ish super, as in, was ist Manem? So super, I'm assuming that means I'm subscribing. See, these are vocabs that I don't know, but hopefully our Junge will share with me. Also, I still think that I would like your answer on if you like puzzles, because I want to know where this name comes from. All I know is Guten Morgen and Guten Tag. They're good things to know. You don't have to worry about those ones. In Norway, German is advanced English or Spanish course for a year. That's very funny. I like that. Nine Fox, hello. Thank you for the resub and at tier 2 as well.
If I were to rate you from a 1 to 10, you're a nat 2.
Thank you, Nick, for the... Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The thing is, when it comes, let you look. I've got the brick wall. I've got the mic. I've got the expertise to teach you guys a little thing about what makes something funny. Okay, so a lot of the reason that some jokes land and some don't is because of a little thing called comedic timing. And on top of that, sometimes subverting expectations can go a long way. So usually they're in like sitcoms, for example. They use a rule of 3s. Is they have the setup, and then they have the pattern, and then the final time they do it, it often will subvert the expectation because your brain is ready for something, and then you do the little flipperoo. Anyway, I genuinely thought that you were going to just use the same line. And I was in my mind, I was prepared to, make some sort of commentary about how, wow, I've never heard that before. Oh my God, I'm so shy. Like, what a great one-liner. Where did you pick that up from? Like, et cetera, et cetera. That's why it got me so hard, because I was already prepared to kind of play along with the idea of it being identical to before. And the other thing that makes a joke funny, delivery. And we don't always have the ability to rely on TTS when it comes to delivery. Sometimes it's funnier than you could ever imagine, and sometimes it's just like, that didn't land. But, oh boy, the TTS was working in your favor today, so I'm going to cry later on. Thanks for that. Oh, goodness gracious me. Thank you, Zaza. I'm sure you're pretty as well. Yeah, I'm a real student of comedy. Exactly. I know these things. Hi, Robson. How you going? Sorry, I was just, oh my God. And Nick, kia ora. Thank you again. Genuinely, that is so kind. That is very, very kind for the 5 gifted subs. I'm glad that you are having a good time. Yo, Josh, what's up? I've only visited a different for the fun one time and it flopped. Oh, different state. That makes more sense. So I'm assuming that you haven't been out of the country either then. Licked by a German? Hopefully not. I used to try and practice my Dutch with my Dutch father and Dutch then husband, and I was the only one not speaking English. Exactly! See, you get it, see, Mama. It's just frustrating. Ich liebe jetzt schon deine Art und deine Ravensburger. Dankeschön. Dankeschön. Oh my God, where'd you go? There we go. Looney Tunes. Say what you will about corruption in Hillsong Church. They write some banger tunes. Amen, brother. Amen. Woo-wee. Okay, that was very effective, exactly. USA or Europe? I am from neither. I'm from the Pacific, Oceania, Australasia, New Zealand. I was like, what else can I say? I am from New Zealand. Why did I think about that? But I'm in the UK. That's why I had to think about it. My name is Mannheim. See, this is what I'm saying. My dad never teaches me German. I had to teach myself German. Mannheim is Mannheim. Makes sense. Wie Bayern oder Bavaria. Okay. Kenne ich jetzt. Dankeschön. Women ain't funny. That's why I don't do stand-up comedy. I do sit-down comedy. But yes, I hope that the brick wall is not making you confused. I'm not sitting here trying to be funny. My mother has stomped that dream out of me for a long, long time. I'm not like no one's arguing with you here. No, I don't know why you're coming in. It's just like just something that you've come in nice and quickly. But no one's arguing here. You know. Hi, hardworking girl. Hi. That's actually really, really kind. It's false, but I appreciate the gassing up, you know? You were born with red hair, that made it for you. Yeah, my whole life is a joke. I don't have to be funny. I am the joke, exactly. Are Jews the best comedians? You'll have to tell me more about that. Brick is probably my favorite word. Brick is so good. It just has like good consonants in it. Brick. Exactly. You're dangerously entertaining right now. Thank you. But I wouldn't say I'm funny. I've never thought I'm a funny person. I have very specific niche jokes that are always funnier, they're always funnier when explained, as we all know. But I've never considered myself a funny person. Entertaining, I'll take, but funny, not so much. I love you, smiling, you're funny. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Charles. Oh, Fern and Charlie. How you going? Name one funny Jewish comedian, Tony. Well, I don't know. That's why I'm having to take your word for it, you know? Why did your mum shite on your dreams? Not intentionally. My mum's just very honest, you know? They're just very honest. Oh, thank you, Ravensburger. Thank you. You give us dual-wielding warrior vibes. Thank you. I've built a cleric for my D&D campaign at the moment, but I do like a dual-wielding warrior. It is fun. When I play Skyrim, for example, I do like a sword in both hands. Some people will do sword and magic, some sword and shield, some double-wield that sword. Nah, I like having two swords. That actually really, really, that made my day. Thank you. Glenn plays League. Everybody knows that League of Legends abbreviated to LOL because that game is a fucking joke. I haven't played in a couple years. I haven't played in like 18 months. Cut me some slack. Clem's not funny. She's hilarious. Thank you. From Morocco. Bonjour. I would say you're charismatic. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good communicator. Even if you're not telling the jokes, you get the jokes and run with them. Thank you. I like that. Oh yeah, Seinfeld. What's the deal with airline food? I don't find him funny. I've never actually watched a single episode of Seinfeld, so I feel like that's why I can't say him because your comment was like name a funny comedian, and I'm like name a funny woman. I can tell you I am a big fan of Jenny Chan. Jenny Chan is an Australian comedian. She's doing what's it called? The comedy festival at the moment. So if you guys are in Melbourne, go get some tickets to see her. She's on my Instagram all the time. I love her. I think she's very, very funny. I've been following her for a little while now. I don't actually follow stand-up comedians in general, but I guess because of when I was living in Australia, she came up on my algorithm and I followed her and I just keep watching her ever since. I think that if she does come back to UK, that I will go see her live because she's like the only stand-up comedian that I actually know. There are some that kind of come up on my social media, I suppose, especially when they're doing crowd work, but I don't remember any of their names. Jenny Tian, I love her. I think she's great. Anyway, Australians don't count. Why? Why? I was able to name one and you say they don't count. Ouch. You're half German? Yes, yeah, half German, exactly right. I just had a Twitch-oriented ad from the New Zealand Blood Service. That is cool. Oh my god. I'm going to a leak. Twitch is like, yeah, screw this. Here are some ads. Amen. Trump is like a grandpa whose head had been damaged in World War II. His only memory is war, but something he had no idea of. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue, I guess. I can't stand Seinfeld's voice. Yeah, I get it. The cadence, not for you. I don't watch comedians either, Josh. Exactly. That's why I'm like, the thing is, for me, the fact I could name a comedian, like, I know some people do the whole, like, oh, name a woman XYZ, and as an attempt to do a gotcha. I would like to make it clear that that is not a fault of a woman not knowing a woman. That is a fault of society in general. But nonetheless, we're not going on a feminist rant. For me, it's not about name a specific demographic within a niche. Sometimes it's just about naming someone in the niche. Like a comedian, I don't know. I don't watch comedians, clearly. Otherwise, I'd be funnier, you know? Anyway. Hi, Lick Mac. How you going? Robin Williams. I don't... wait, no. I do know... Norm MacDonald you guys have shared with me, you know? Find God. Okay. All right. I will do that. Thank you for... You know what? Thank you for your guidance. And now I can find their guidance. Who's Tony? Tell me you aren't Jewish. I am not Jewish. Although I have been told to find God, so I don't know which God I will find. Elder Scrolls 6 in our lifetime, please. I think it will happen, and I'm really scared because I'm not feeling good about it being good. You know. You like women? Name every woman. I definitely have taught a few people just like name a woman, because there are a few like street interviews, and one in particular went viral where a guy just walked up to a woman and he was like, name a woman, and she's like, what? Just name a woman, name any woman. And I admittedly, my brain would go blank there as well, because I'm like, why are you so aggressive? I don't know what's going on. And he's like, just name any woman, name it. And so the implication is you're like, name yourself. Name your mother. Just name any woman. And so now I apply that for anything where it's like, oh, you know, like who's that director? And it's not even about a gender thing. I just go, if I forget something, I just go, name a woman. That's been my point of reference. I think it's funny. So anyhow, so it's not name a female comedian. It's just name a woman. Any woman. Anyone. She is funny. I see shorts from her now and then. Usually I see less shorts. That's true. Yeah, I like Jenny Jen. This kind of has name 5 books. Ooh, yes. Yeah, exactly. So that would be another one where it's like, just name a book. It's like, name a woman. Just any woman. Less shorts is going to end up showing too much fun. What's with all the weird fucks? I know, right? It just seems to be what happens in YouTube vertical, apparently. You shouldn't follow around stand-up comedians. That's stalking. Oh, thank you for the advice. I shall not do that in that case. James McCann totally counts. See, I don't know who that is. Or maybe I do. I don't know. Now comedians talk reality while media makes jokes. Boom. That is so true. I agree with you. I'm talking to someone else in your show. Oh, my apologies, Josh. My apologies. I was catching up. I don't know Tony Hinchcliffe either. I didn't know God was lost. Well, that's why we have so much degeneracy in our entire world, you know? We got to go find him and we can right these wrongs. No, really seek the Lord. Thanks. I am! I'm going to as soon as I end stream. Why are you doubting me? You're a full package with fun, enthusiasm, looking charming. Thank you. Don't forget the crippling depression that I mentioned earlier, though. Okay, yes, yeah, I caught up with the Jewish thing. It's fine. Currently living in Los Angeles, but trying to plan a trip to the UK for a proper Sunday roast. Any recommendations? Any recommendations? Well, Nick the Kiwi, I don't know if this is going to shatter your illusions, but in the UK, what I've learned is that pretty much every pub and tavern is owned by the same, like, duopoly. There's Green King and another one that's escaping me. Williams? Anyway, and so a lot of the menus are identical from place to place. And so therefore it doesn't really matter where you go because you are just going to get the same thing. So I will try and think about places where you can go that will not be frozen and then shipped out across the country. So that's what I would say to keep an eye out for. If somewhere it says our world famous pies, then you're at one of the duopolies. I had a Sunday roast in a tiny village. And so maybe that's what it is. Go to a tiny village. Find somewhere outside of the main cities where they kind of have to make their own Sunday roast because they aren't able to get the shipment of the duopoly. And so I had an amazing Sunday roast in Scotland, actually. Just a tiny village driving through. I can't remember the name of it because it's not a main city. And then I had a bad Sunday roast at another place. So I don't know if that one was included in the duopoly. That's the advice I can have for you so far. Thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. Okay, catching up. I'm a little bit slow today. Do you have a dark side? Guess I'm not the only one. What if we, like, I don't know, if we both tried, like, fighting what we're running from? Just an idea. Just an idea. I wouldn't say I have a dark side. I have a sad side. I get anxiety and I get sad offline. I wouldn't say that's a dark side, though. I do like lighting things on fire, so it just depends what you constitute as dark side. I also, if you go to my Instagram, you'll see a Sith cosplay. So, I don't know. Maybe I do. Your mom. Next question, exactly. Archie seems to have lost God. I think you should help them. I will! God has guidance for you? Okay. Well, that will help me find them as well. Have you heard of the Strait of Hormuz went from blocked to double blocked? Uh-oh. Why are you gay? Great clip. Name every block in Minecraft. Obsidian. Name 100 women. One man versus 100 women. Watch him not be able to name all 100 of them. I will name your mother. Your mother. Nice. You should have a topic to refer to for the stream. That's what the title is, but, you know, just like any topic. Let me throw this out to you, ISJ032. Just like any conversation, it flows on to something else. That is what conversation is. It goes from one thing to the next, especially when you have new people who are coming in with new topics and saying their piece midway through a conversation, and then it goes to another thing and another thing and another thing and another thing. However, I don't need to refer back to the topics because people give me new topics. Like whether or not I have a dark side, you know? Titty's Island? I didn't even know he had an island. Oh no, this is getting even worse. Anyhow, Clem's mom has heaps of names. Exactly. Go see a therapist? I should. I really should. If only I could afford it. Books or movies? I like both. I think that I'm more partial. I don't know what I'm more partial to. I've been trying to get back into reading. Do you have a weird tink? I don't know what a tink is. If once you explain to me what a tink is, then I can answer your question. But welcome on back. It's good to see you, sheepdog. The Bible, the Dictionary, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Art of War, The Anarchist Cookbook. Fuck! Don't be sad. Okay! The crippling depression is just a god-sized hole. You're so right. You're so right. The stream is getting unhinged, and I'm here for it. I know, right? Which country? New Zealand. Thank you, Sandeep, for asking a normal question. Tony Hinchcliffe is a shitty comedian who is gay but pretends that he isn't. Oh, okay. I don't know them, so I'll take your word for it. Life is good, isn't it? God forgive, someday you will find each other. Life is beautiful, man. Life is beautiful. This is true. This is true. I found the Lord for you. Thank goodness. Thank you. That's where the gifted was. Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind on chat today. It's moving too fast. What do you know about Australia? I know where it is. I know how much the government asks for me for tax every 3 months. What else do I need to know? One thing I loved about Hobart, so many unique little restaurants and businesses, far less chains. Yes, don't go to a chain, exactly. She's mid, but I'm below mid. Like, sorry, that actually, okay, I'm not going to say what thought just came into my head. I just, nope, that would have been a naughty comment. Isn't all European food just identical to each other? No, it's not. Don't be silly. Would you go on a date with the chicken shop girl, Amelia and Demon Goldberg in the UK if you had to eat chips and chicken? I am not familiar with them, but I will consider this. Yes. You know what? You know what? If it means I get a date, yes. I don't know why I thought about that. What was I debating? Yes. If I have to eat chips and chicken, but I get to go on a date, 100%. Of course I would. I am on YouTube, Lucas. Am I supposed to be doing my part? You cannot on the YouTubes, only on the Twitch. Hi, Georgie. I'm well. I hope you're well as well. Tell me, why are you gay? What's your favorite sex toy? I don't have one. I love all of the sex toys equally. Oh, God. I only prefer to stick within the parameters of the topic. Please update the title if you want to flow onward. Oh my gosh, that would be one for the mods. They have to just keep on updating it. Only on YouTube Live. Talk with X Clementine. I got a therapist once. Now he needs a therapist. Adorable. Jesus had a perfect anus. I believe it. She knows what some houses in Australia on the inside look. Not all, but some. That's true. Do you want to go on a date with me? Well, I mean, that would be, especially if we're able to, you know, like go to Europe and stuff. That would be pretty cool. I'm just saying that would be pretty cool. I'm in Tasmania. Oh my God, there we go. Everything here wants to eat you as far as wildlife goes. Don't be silly. I've been to Tasmania. That just sounds scary. It's not, you're fine down there. Don't be silly. I love Tasmania. I'd love to go back to Tasmania. Great whiskey culture that is expanding over there. Maybe enhancing your profile. What is your profile? I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry, Tom. I may have missed something. Hop back on Twitch to get the whole experience, indeed. Do you have mods? No? That was a good ad voice. Thank you. I have a mood today. Yeah, that's why I wasn't streaming on the weekend. I'm all manic now. Do you find scrotums attractive? Not me personally, but I do know others might, but not me personally. What a gold digger. Hey, look, I don't consider myself a gold digger. I am genuinely someone who is very good at trying to save and whatnot. But I will say that the fact is that the gold digger aspect is not, like, I'm not gonna say no. Like, I'm a streamer, okay? I am not a gold digger. I am a streamer. My job is to thank people for choosing to support the channel. If someone wants to, like, choose to give me money, that is something that I am incredibly appreciative of. That is what keeps me going. That's what pays for my groceries and whatnot. Of course I like to have money. Everyone likes money. That's why we get jobs, you know? That's what a job is. And unfortunately, that is what our society is that you need money to live in our society. It sucks, but it's also great because it buys you yum food and whatnot. It's cool. So, my commentary about being in Europe is not about paying for flights to Europe, because that may have been the confusion. I just know that Jeanette has had some great travels recently, and I think it would be very cool to join. You know, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. I will pay for my own flights, because that's the other thing, is there's an assumption made that my flights would be paid for. I pay for my flights, except when we fundraise so you guys pay for my flights like we did last year, you know? How much are we required to give? That's the beautiful thing. You can give $0. I'm free to watch. That's the thing. It's show business. Yeah, not show friends, exactly. Or even show fiends. Snail trail cream for you? Yes, that would be excellent because although I'm wearing overalls, you can't tell that I have a big problem with my snail trail. It grows very, very black, and so some cream for it to remove that would be very helpful. Thank you. Thank you for the berry. Thank you for the berry. You can dig through my pockets. Thank you, Don. That's kind. Yeah, eating out like tears, exactly. YouTube chat is so unhinged. It's crazy. Nine Fox just sort things out. Yeah, I think that we did. I don't know. Yes, yeah, I think the mods have sorted things out. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Good ma'am, are you sweet? Well, my name is Clementine. That's what we're known for, you know? So no, I'm the black sheep. Sour, bitter, hardened by the travesties that we have through our lifetime. Yeah, I'm not a gold digger. Silver is fine. Just your pennies, please. Just your pennies. Right now you look like a stand-upper with that set. Yes, we are aware. And yet here I am, sitting down. A fundraiser, yes. I like to consider myself a fundraiser. But I'm not funny, so it doesn't work. Anyhow. So the point of your stream is begging for money? No, that is not the point of the stream. The point of the stream is that I turn up and hopefully people are entertained. And if they are entertained, maybe I'll get a couple bucks from there. But like, I already said this when I moved to the UK. I am very lucky that the place that I am living, they're not asking me for rent. So I don't feel like I need to ask for money. I definitely got into a point, and I try to be very open and honest about these things. I think that a lot of people do try to be weird about money, and they try to not talk about things, and I feel like it doesn't, I don't think it's healthy. So I try to be honest about my situation. I don't have to pay rent, and so but when I was in Australia, I did have to pay rent, and I was doing live streaming full time. I didn't have any other income from any other social platforms because I was just on Twitch, and I definitely needed to incentivize more to help pay for rent and whatnot. And I tried to do that by creating hopefully entertaining events. Like I said, I don't like to use the word fun events, but I feel like we had a good time. We had some cool things with Halloween and Cranesmas. Like we had some great things that would help me survive and pay for rent. I don't have to worry about that so much. So anything really is just a bonus. And I'm always very, very grateful and appreciative. If there are things that I do want to fundraise for, then that will become something on the screen. I'll put a little, like, help me get to Iceland for $10,000. But yeah, it's now we're just chilling. We're chilling. I don't have any major trips planned, and the trips that I do want to go on, I have been putting aside money to try and just organize that myself, and hope that you guys, I think that I just want to try and focus on enjoying the stream rather than trying to make money off it, and hopefully money will come. That is my take. Anywho, anyone ever tell you that you have beautiful eyes? No, but I'm so pleased to hear. I bet that it's hard to walk away from a mirror every single morning if we've got such beautiful eyes. Anyway. Yeah, I know, the red hair, exactly. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with chat. It's more panning than digging. Yeah, I'm a gold panner, thank you very much. It's like a diamond in the rough. I find someone that I'm like, ooh, like, not obviously wealthy, but like, we'll see what we can find. This could be some good things. You remember? That's so nice. Yeah, that's, of course. Like, of course, Janek. I don't like telling chat other people's business, but I just, of course I remember. Anywho, can you retake it? Cute. Jesus loves you, died for you, and rose from the dead. Isn't that badass? Jesus was a badass. If anyone didn't know, Jesus, pretty badass. Did pretty cool things. He like walked on water and stuff. That was pretty badass. Cured some people. That's awesome. In New Zealand, we have a move on order for people. Move on, please. It's great the way she remembers a lot about us. Thank you. Can you sing? No, I cannot. I love singing. I just try not to do it on stream. But sometimes I can't help it. Anywho, if I'm a multi-millionaire, would you consider traveling with me? Yes, because I love traveling, but not because you're paying for the tickets, you know? I'm the black sheep. Black sheep? I don't know what that means. Until she has actually a cutie that like me, or not just stupid jokes. Okay, I missed what all of that was. Sorry, Crosma. Your panties or pennies? Pennies! Not panties! Pennies! I just described it, and so far I'm yet to understand why. Fair enough, window lickers. I feel like that's the majority of people who have followed me so far, so you're not alone in that regard. I say again, you should wear green overalls, then you can tally stand-up versus Starbucks comments. You're so right. We'll make a whole day of it. I think you've got potential as a stand-up comedian. Thank you. You shouldn't let other people's lack of approval stop you from pursuing your dreams. I don't dream of being a stand-up comedian, though. I'll let other people continue that dream. It is not one that I need whatsoever. My dream is that I have enough people watching me that I don't that I make enough money from ads. That is literally, I know it's such a simple dream, but I would love to just have enough money so that people don't feel any obligation to gift subs or donate in high amounts. I would like a nice just chill income where I can keep doing what I'm doing, because I really do love live streaming. I love it. I truly do. Even when branching out into the wild west that is YouTube as well, I've been really enjoying myself, and it would be cool to make more money off it. And if that doesn't happen, I'm just happy doing what I am at the moment, and maybe one day that'll change, but for now it would be really cool. So that's one. Anyhow, still catching up. Good man, I pour a cock for you. Thank you. That's kind. It's really nice when people do things for me. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Don't have to pay rent if they don't know that you're living in their walls. Exactly. Why did you move to the UK? I want to be close to Europe. I really want to do a lot of European travel. I've already been to Croatia, Slovenia, Austria, and Italy. Admittedly, they were all in the same trip. I've got an Iceland trip planned. I've got a Spain trip planned, and a Denmark trip planned. So that is why I wanted to move, not necessarily to the UK, but to Europe. I want to travel more. And being from New Zealand and living in Australia, it's very, very, very far away. Authenticity and community, or the clam memories, so cute. And the bisque grapes, which are actually in over there. Good to see some of the Twitch streamers pop up and stop me scrolling. Hey, Leon. So did live streaming on Twitch help you to pay your rent? It did. Yes. The community were very kind, and they helped me pay my rent. But I don't have to worry about that now. I can even be very honest. The last 6 months, I would say, the paychecks that have been coming in every month are very, very low, and that's not in a way to be like, hey guys, give me money. It's just that that's just the nature of I haven't been live very often, and I haven't been live for very long, but I also haven't tried to incentivize as much either. So it is just because it's not a necessity. If I feel like I need help with paying stuff, then I will try and just be like, hey guys, let's do a cool event. But at the moment I am comfortable. And that's what happens when you don't have to pay rent, basically. And it sucks, because I know a lot of us are in those positions where we have to pay rent, and it makes things a lot harder. And I was in that position. But now I'm not, so I will be very grateful. So what you're telling us is you sell feet pics for money. Well, I didn't want to say it, but anyhow. Karaoke stream when? I don't think I'll bring it back, admittedly. I don't think I will bring back the karaoke. Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind, chat. Honestly, nobody cares. Well, I wouldn't say nobody. Like, some people care. I could say a lot of people don't care, but enough people care to comment that nobody cares, so. Looks like modern day begging. It depends how it's done, I guess. I definitely think there are some people, but the reality is that I I feel uncomfortable having like incentives on the screen unless people can see what they're getting their money from. So yeah, I can definitely compare it to begging as well. Like I'm not arguing with you there, but I would say that that's there's a difference between trying to sell a product, I guess, and just being like, hey guys, just give me money. Does that make sense? Yeah, like busking. There's no expectations for people to give me money. It's just if people like what a streamer does or a street performer does, then it is their choice to give that person money. It's not begging. But there are definitely people who online beg. This is also another thing. You should make a vodcast or podcast. I don't know what I would do. So Crosma, like genuinely, I've talked about doing a podcast for a while, but I don't know necessarily what it would be other than my spill the tea idea. So I guess my question to you is, if I had a podcast, what would you want to listen to? What would it be that you would like to hear about? I googled live bare tits that I can wank over, and it's directed me here. Disappointed to say the least. Yeah, I don't know why it led you here because I can tell you that even if I didn't have my sweater on, you would not be sweating, you know? Clem, how do you tear yourself away from the mirror? Hilarious. Ginger Queen, hello. Are you in USA? No, I am not. I'm in the UK. Did you put 2 lives here on YouTube? Yes, so I've got a horizontal one and a vertical one. Is how that's working. YouTube is not really the best place for masturbation. Also a good point. There's a song in that for Windows Lickers. I like it. She said before that she had a naughty comment, but she wouldn't say it because it's too naughty. I don't think Clem would be too good at stand-up. Also this. Do you worry about working class people? I guess I need more confirmation of what you mean by do you worry about working class people. I have immediate thoughts on that, but I want to make sure that I am understanding your question. I'd love to have you perform an opening set for me when I do my first big show. Anyway, did you say Italy? Just Trieste. So it didn't it's like, do you really count Trieste? Do you? They call themselves like a free state. But I did indeed technically go to Italy. Y'all are going on trips? Yes, I was so excited. One thing I've seen when people get the start on Twitch is becoming a part of an established community, being hilarious and wonderful, and then many of the community will want to support you. Exactly. Are you planning to go to Hungary? I'd love to go to Hungary, but it's I haven't planned to go this year. You can take the train from Britain or anywhere in Europe. It's all about no borders in Europe, though it is random controls. Yeah, so except for Brexit, you know. Hashtag ad. It's me. I'm the one that the community wants to support. Exactly. Circle back around. Chat's still simping. I wouldn't say chat's simping. Chat does all right. I'm living in my relative's place and still pay them rent. Well, that I was planning on paying rent here myself, but after a lot of backwards and forwards, it was decided no, they beat me in the argument. So I just try and clean up. So I did a lot of chores on the weekend. So that can kind of be my way of contributing. I did a big old vacuum and cleaned up dishes that weren't even mine, all that kind of stuff. Do you like short Indian men? My whirling dervish is unmatched. I don't. It's like I like people who are nice. It doesn't really matter what they look like. So if I can't just be like every short Indian man, I love them. They're great because it's like, what if they're not great? I can't just say put that on as a generalization. You're either cool or you're not cool. You know. Street artists are not beggars. Yes, exactly. So that's what that is the comparison for streamers, you know. Oh, is this the $10? I'll read this one later. I just want to catch up with chat first. Okay, let's just do this, shall we? Oh my goodness! Hello! Hi, Raiders! How you going? Josh, I got rid of them for you. Hello, Raiders! How are you going? Kelpie, how was your stream? I hope you guys had a wonderful time. We're just talking nonsense as per usual. If you need a raid and fade, raid and fade. I'm just trying to catch up with chat. Welcome, welcome, guys. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Clam. We're just talking about random things, as we always do. That's what's going on here. And I was just catching up. Boba says, y'all are simping for this ginger gremlin. Y'all need glasses and Jesus. Yeah, but we gotta find God first, you know? We just gotta find God and then we'll be alright. Could I interest you in a whirling dervish leg wrestling match, good ma'am? I am a competitive individual. However, I don't participate in things that I think I will lose. So I'm gonna respectfully decline. Thank you for the shout out, Nine Fox, as well. You're in Europe. It would be to your interest to understand the community you are staying in. Yes, I agree. Can't be proving my point about joining communities? Hell yeah. How do I DM you for my dad's brother's dog hospital bills? Need urgent help? If you can figure out how to DM me, I will help with your uncle's dog. That's your uncle's dog. It's hospital bills, all right? If you find her, let me know. I think I need a decent cleansing. Yeah, I feel like all of us do, especially after today. The only bigger waste of time than simping is telling Sims to stop simping. Exactly! I actually don't know why I said that so enthusiastically. I don't actually have that strong opinions on it. But I do agree. I feel like a lot of people, they assign the word simp quite willy-nilly. And it takes a lot of energy to be like stop simping. It's like, okay, well, just if you're not in, like, why are you here? Why are you here if that is like, if your whole prerogative is to be like, stop simping on streamer or whatever? Like, what are you doing? What is your time and energy going towards right now? You know? That's more why I was enthusiastic. Thank you for the follow. It's a virtue signal. That's the one, yeah. Hi, I'm Hungarian. Oh my god, there we go. Oh, so Tom, that's what you were talking about. So what's happening in Hungary right now? Well, we have Puss to be able to share that with us. Hey, Puzzedli, I hope that you're having a wonderful time. Tom NZ would like to know what's going on in Hungary right now. So if you have like literally any one thing in the news that you could share with us, that would be amazing. And I'm not saying this as like tell me about your country. It's just, you've come in at a perfect timing. I found a god, unfortunately it was Baphomet. Hey, at least it is one. Hi, Spidey. I'm so happy. Ah, well, you know what? That's already great news. Show us your feet. It's under a blankie. Ooh, you got a little bit of heel there. Could you give us a kiss? No, I already gave you one thing. I found most streamers, all I've seen, are very good at keeping the simping in a chat to a level they're comfortable. Exactly. Some feet. Hi, Primo. How you going? Welcome on in. Sorry, just readjusting after that. You're conflating simping with shite knighting. I like shite knighting. But stop simping, but princess, who would you be your protector?
I'm doing my part.
Was that raw ankle? I don't think the ankle show did it. I think my sock covered heel may have been. Yeah, the hoofs, exactly. It's like because it's a slippery so into sexual harassment followed by an immediate dive into more toxic behavior. Exactly. The thing is, I am very aware that I will never be able to stop comments of being like, oh my god, your hair's so pretty. That's just something that I have to accept. But how one handles any future comments and the types of comments will be how we operate things, you know. I'm living my best life. I'm so glad to hear that, lovely lamb. That sounds lovely, if I may say so. That is incredible. I imagine a knight covered in a suit of poop that has dried in the sun. A shite knight. I feel like there's a mobile game in that. I shall submit and subscribe. Creamy snail trail. Thank you. I'm glad that we've circled back to that. You're a grown bitch, exactly. Keep your feet downy. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that so lovely foot. Exactly. The ankle is a low joint, a metaphor even. Perhaps. Thank you, Katie. Your hair is very hair. You noticed? Thanks. Imagine I was lying this whole time. It's actually a wig. Ha ha ha. That would be crazy. Anyhow, so I wanted to see. Oh, we're still learning about Hungary. Hopefully, a change of government. Well, like, I can't tell you that I know the politics about Hungary, but nonetheless, these are why we can learn these things. So lovely, your voice. Thank you. That's really sweet. I do appreciate it. And hi, Lakatos as well. See, I think this is actually a good example. I really do try to be grateful for the compliments because I think that there's not really avoiding avoiding things. I feel like people maybe this is me. I really think that people are nice. I don't know if that's just a me thing. I have great faith in humanity. I know a lot of people don't. I love seeing the juxtaposition of just the horrific comments that can come through while also simultaneously having kind-hearted souls. But I choose to believe that people are nice. And maybe that is, the glass is half full, exactly. Maybe that could be naive, or maybe it is perspective. And so, therefore, I like to believe that people will foster, especially content creators, will foster a community that they want to see. And so, I think that people who get rage baited, for example, are going to foster more rage baiting. Whereas I think that even people who might not be, let's say, like femme creators who might get more of the like, oh, you're so pretty, or like, I love your hair kind of comments. I think that people will still comment on men, let's say, being like, oh, you're so funny. Like, I do think people have a tendency to compliment people. Maybe that's just me, but I from my anecdotal evidence, I do like to think that people are supportive. I think is probably a good word to use. And so to conflate that with simping, I think says more about the person who's calling out simping. Does that make sense? Have you ever seen Harry Potter? I've seen the movies. I just hold it down to the floor and then sue the manufacturer. I miss what that was for. Your live stream is sandwiched between two deformed Indian children, by the way. Honestly, I don't think that's how it works on YouTube, but nonetheless. Also, didn't we anyway, there we go. I thought that we had sorted out the commentary there. I believe in individuals, but I don't believe in tribalism. I believe in individuals, but I don't believe in tribalism. I feel like humans are naturally tribalistic, no? I think that's why we do end up having this versus that situation, right? But if you want to explain more, then I will listen to your thoughts there. So my point was that I think that someone being like, oh, like, you're nice or you're sweet or whatever is... like I don't gain anything from being like, don't talk to me like that. I don't know. I just it's fine. You look radiant. See, that's lovely. We've seen you with dark hair, so maybe it's a wig. I doubt it. No, it's definitely not a wig. I forget the hair and feet. I'm just here for those cold bricks. Exactly. That's why I decided that I would be up here. I just wanted something that reflected my personality, you know? Very good attitude, like very thoughtful. I don't feel like I was very eloquent on what I said there. I think because I was getting distracted by the juxtaposition that with more thought, I would be able to string together that sentence more eloquently. But hopefully the core of what I was getting across was coming across. I feel like this channel is going to give me ear warts if I hang around any longer. All right, we'll see you later then, Chris Caps. We don't want you to get ear warts after all. Do you have an idea that you would like to implement in the near future? Yes! I would like to play video games again. I miss playing video games again. But in terms of other ideas that aren't physical, like, you know, getting another light, ideas in particular,
I'm doing my part.
I think I'm just trying to implement my current ideas rather than anything that I have in the future. Does that make sense? I'm trying to keep a little bit more of a relaxed I've been trying to keep more of a relaxed vibe on the stream recently. Even if it's like high energy or whatever, it's not so, what's the word I've been using? Professional. I feel like when I was traveling and just using my laptop, it was really nice to be able to just kind of turn on the live stream no matter where I was. Kind of like you were, we had a community member who put it well, like video calling family in a way, where it's just like on the couch or whatever. I've been really enjoying that relaxed style. So that's kind of what I've been trying to keep implementing rather than a future ideas. Does that make sense? Hi Aria, welcome on in. Thank you for the sub as well, Primo, much appreciated. I'm gonna try and get alerts for the YouTube, but that's something I haven't. Oh, I guess that's another idea. There are a lot of physical ideas. Like I want to be able to have more alerts from the YouTube side of things now that I have the YouTube live channel. But we're still learning it. Any more Radiant would be taking D6. Hilarious. I like it. I am too hard on myself. This is also true. You're pretty fine, but you have so much more to offer. Like, I'll get back to you. I always get compliments even while I'm working. So many people are like, you're always smiling. I have a gap in my teeth, so it's not like they think I have a photogenic smile. It's a genuine compliment with no real ulterior motive. I love that. And also, you're a wonderful photographer, but it is always so easy doing photos with Dave. You deserve all of the compliments. Cool. Why was I timed out? What did I do? You shouldn't have been timed out. I don't know. I did not time you out, Josh, if that helps. Hi, Cheerio. I love how often you get radiant as a compliment. It's so sweet. Radiant is a wonderful compliment. I will say that. It just feels like shining. I'm like, oh God, it makes me smile even brighter. Definitely go to space. Toothpaste, food doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just sustenance, right? You articulate with Elan. Thank you so very much. I hear ice is running rough. I don't know what that one says in America. Yeah, it is rough out there in America. It's pretty hard to watch, is how I would say. Never say goodnight before you are yourself going to bed. Good advice. I can relate. Tomorrow I'm flying home and I have access to my PS5 again. You've been away for a long time, Janek. I hope are you thinking of like staying? Like, how did you end up there so long? Oh my gosh. Anyway. I just find that I get the best out of people in one-on-one conversations and talking to people who are being peer-reviewed in real time by whatever group they belong to. This I have many, many thoughts on, for sure. I'm still learning how I want to share them online. Do you like riding? I like your look, baby. Sexy. Thank you, Stasi. See, this is great. This is a great example. I feel like there are so many ways that one could respond to this, but I find that I just kind of, there's no point in me having any like fire or vigor about it. Anyway, I don't ride horses, motorbikes, or cycling bikes. So I guess you could say no, I don't like riding. Video game lovers, great. What games? I'm thinking that I will go back and play some Elder Scrolls, admittedly. That's what I'm thinking for now, but that'll be more of a test. And then once things are working, then I can work on having other games as well. The word you're looking for is brain numbing. Oh, right. There you go. 9Fox says the moderator has answers for you, Josh. I've decided I'm going to play next Horizon Zero Dawn. Have fun. It'll be nice to just veg out when you get back home and have the PlayStation again. Isn't the kind of thing you started streaming to talk to family during COVID? Yeah, exactly right, Kiwi Man. So I wanted to kind of replicate some of the like in COVID lockdowns, a lot of us were feeling very lonely and I couldn't go back to my family. So yeah, that's kind of why I started. Exactly right. What kind of content do you make? Pretty much what you're seeing, Aria. I just chat. I'm a yapper. I like yapping. I like facilitating conversations. I like having conversations with other people, whether that like-minded or otherwise. I think that it is great. It's stimulating. It makes me feel like it teaches me a lot about myself and also helps me become a better person for a lot of reasons. Someone who is able to see a lot of different perspectives. I think that it genuinely is what I love doing. I just feel like there are a lot of people who don't have a voice, and it is nice to listen to them even when they're cringe. Just subbed. Thank you, lovely lamb. Thank you. Free Palestine. Amen. Oh no. I'm not Australian, sorry, Spark. So if you want me to say, "Oh no," it's not really my vibe. Are you a femboy? I wouldn't consider myself a femboy, but you know, it doesn't bother me if someone else were to call me a femboy. I guess by definition, no, but also like, who cares? G'day, mate! Commercial space flights will be a reality in my lifetime, and I plan to marry witch, or maybe a witch who can also get you up there. But that sounds like a great plan, Luke. I like it. I subscribe to you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Selfish selflessness. Yeah, something like that. You look good for a femboy. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Not Radiance, more infectious. She is from Hamilton. Also this. I'm amazed by your positivity and intelligence. Super refreshing. Thank you, Primo. That's really kind. I am amazed by your eloquence, because mine is clearly not working today. You're like a rare isotope. You radiate more than any of us can see. Thanks, lunch. I changed from lovely lamb to lunch. Anyway, we'll see you next time. Ciao, ciao. Show Bob's. Time for a chocolate Vicky soup. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. What's your favorite dish? It used to be lasagna. What would be my favorite dish these days? Probably still lasagna. I love lasagna. Lasagna is so tasty. Are you in a bunker? No, just an attic. Morrowind? No, but I will think about it. You're very cool. You're very cool. Content curator. I like that. Yeah, Elder Scrolls. I'm thinking of it. We'll find out. How far off is the CPU? So I'm ordering. Oh wait. God damn it. Okay, I asked one of our moderators for advice. I'm going to ask you guys for advice instead. What's the difference between HDR10 and HDR400? I'm going to buy a new monitor, and I found one that is decent at a decent price, but I can get either HDR10 or HDR400, and when I looked it up, it just said, this is the standard for HDR, and unless you're getting HDR10 plus, that it doesn't really matter. But also, if anyone else has more information, then I would love to hear about which version of this monitor I should buy. I do know of Shadow of the Colossus, but I've never played it. Pusedly. Been here for 2 months as an internship program. Oh, that's why you were there. That's right. Okay. They paid for our hotel and everything. I worked as an assistant at reception. Mostly just sat there, but got to do something sometimes. Spent time with other people too. And it was nice. And also beautiful. You are in a very, very beautiful country. I was very envious of all of the photos as well. So thank you very much for sharing those too. But yes. Oh no. There you go, Sparks. I'm doing my best. You're on lockdown now. You can tell me the point. You like conversations, but not the difficult conversations. What would you consider difficult conversations? I was working class at the spin time away from my family and lockdown. I was working class at the spin time. I'm not sure what spin time is. But yes, I like difficult conversations. I'm not sure why you're implementing, or rather putting on me, that I don't like difficult conversations. I am aware that when facilitating with other people, that it is something to be considerate of, that just because I'm okay with a more difficult conversation doesn't mean that the people on a live stream want to be included in those conversations. And so it's more, and so I'd say that's almost more of the balance that I have to be wary of, is what type of content do I want to put out there, you know? Did you go to university? I did not, but I do want to at some point, but I have not been myself. Clem doesn't marry the witch, she is the witch. Badass, exactly. What's the female equivalent of femboy? I guess people don't really put a lot of okay. Here's going to be my thoughts. I don't think a lot of people really care, because I think a lot of the things that people consider when it comes to trans issues feel a lot more like misogyny. I think that a lot of the bad reps that people get are more about men transitioning into women rather than women transitioning into men. And there was something that I came across where people were saying that a lot of the time with transitioning that trans women, they want to be seen for who they are, whereas trans men want to just be the same. They want to blend in. They want to just not be seen as the assigned at birth gender. But it's all going to be very individualistic. I think that there's a lot of generalization that comes into and on trans people. But that is why it's so easy. But my point is that that's why I think it's so easy for people to go, oh, femboy, because they're thinking about people who have transitioned into women and trying to put a label on that instead of people who have transitioned into men. And so I don't know what the equivalent is, but I also know that people will toss out a lot of these words without consent from the other people. Some like to call themselves femboys. Some people who will be trans women will not like that term whatsoever. And so I just try to look at it as more, what do you like? This is why pronouns are really important, because it's what do you like to call yourself? Because then I can refer to you as an individual rather than assigning something because one person said one thing and another person said another thing. Conversations are important. I am Kiwi. Exactly right, Primo. I don't have any UK roots. I just sound very British. What's your hidden talent? Well, it wouldn't be hidden if I told you that, you know. Mass girl, yeah. Tomboy, not so much, because femboy is more of the impression of of closer to, because this is, again, it's a lot more of a spectrum. So femboy is closer to trans women than tomboy is to, like, tomboy is more a how someone dresses rather than someone who might be non-binary, gender fluid, or a trans man. But these words can change over time as well. Hot take, Pam Bondi, no matter deplorable, is kind of hot. I also agree. And the fact that she's kind of crazy, sometimes that makes them more hot. We're witnessing history and maybe a crime clip this before it gets out of hand. I hope not. Someone asked earlier if you have a dark side, should have said, it's right here. Just look to the left side of your screen. Also true. Yeah, this way. There we go. Flatulent female. I like that. Favorite sneakers? I have the Hokas. I can't remember what they're called. They're white. Anyway, I love my sneakers. I got them last year. They're called Hokas. The brand is Hoka, but I can't remember what the other one is there. I think I would like Shadow of Colossus. That's why I know about it, because you guys had recommended it. 10 is better than just 400 is what I interpret it as. Yeah, but is 10 plus or 1,000 better? Because the 10 is actually less expensive than the 400. That's why I wanted to go for that one. Probably a difference I've not moved past HD being over 720. Fair enough. Lovely lamb with the mass. It's 390. Big difference. Hilarious. Your dog is dead. That would be a bit difficult. Exactly. We just try and be nice. I was dominated, humiliated, and assaulted by my sorority sisters. Ugh, that is disgusting, and I'm sorry to hear that. Femme girl, maybe? Femme girl. You actually did get me with that. You did get me with that. Howdy, how you going? Okay. Feminine male. Femme male. Yeah, but I feel like if, and I will say, if I think about femme male, my mind immediately goes to like a gay man, and I'm not saying all gay men are feminine, but you know what I mean. That's actually kind of, it doesn't feel like that is the generalization and the stereotype that is brought up when thinking about a feminine male, and I am saying these things like the thing is. Sometimes I would kind of avoid these conversations, but I think you guys know me well enough that I'm not saying anything out of spite, and you guys can teach me things as well. HDR 400 is talking about how bright the screen is, so the higher the number, the whiter the whites will probably appear. Okay, so HDR 10 will be okay. Do you have tattoos? I only have a singular tattoo. Would you like to see it, Red Turtle? You're very cute. I'm sure you're very cute as well. Thank you very much for the compliment, Liminal Spaces on Earth. And also, how appropriate with the name, with the title today. What do you think about trans people in sport? I actually do have a very big thought on trans people in sport. The conversation always seems to center around trans men in women's sports. And so that already, to me, thinks that there is something that is fundamentally wrong with the conversation. And especially as a woman, it feels very insulting to feel to... Oh, one moment, please.
Long time no see he.
That's cute. Hi, Angela. Thank you so much. I hope you're well. I hope things are going well with your planning of the wedding as well. Let me know if there are any updates. I know it's been a while since the engagement, so it's you know, like, keep us up. It's good to see you. Hi. So what do I think about trans people in sport? Like I said, I think the conversation often is centered around I got that incorrect. Trans women in sport, which already makes me feel like there is something disingenuous about the conversation because it does seem very one-sided. I think that a lot of the time that these things are going to be affecting people that aren't in the professional sports industry and so for example, as a kid, I went to a primary school. We just had mixed teams. There's nothing wrong with having mixed teams. And so therefore I don't care about sports because I feel like, but if we're trying to have a ruling over professional sports, then it's going to have more of an effect on people in high school, for example. And people in this case, I don't think that there should be such a big deal. But what I do understand is that the ruling and governing bodies of these sports in particular do need to have answers. And I think like the Olympics, for example, is more about not having drug usage like steroids and whatnot in their sports. And so I do wonder how closely related HRT is to these things. How is that governing body work? And so I think that my opinion is that it shouldn't necessarily be a conversation that politics are having, but rather the committees of Olympics, FIFA, like whatever it is. Again, like I said, I think that my real point is that it feels like a disingenuous conversation because it's always centered around trans women rather than trans men. And I don't think a lot of people seem to really care if trans men are in men's sports. And until that conversation is being had on both, I just kind of discount it. And then on top of that, I have not had a single conversation with any professional woman on how they feel about people in their profession. I know that there are people who are contacted, interviewed, etc., to get their opinion on. Unfortunately, a lot of the opinions I have seen have been people who already seem to display a little bit of, or maybe even a lot of bit of transphobia. And so until I go out of my way to hear how people feel as a majority, I don't know if it needs to be like a poll or a consensus that's going on from all people in all sports. Then honestly, it doesn't really affect me. I don't follow sports, and I think that again, it feels quite disingenuous when there are so few trans people in professional sports, that my concern is more about how it will affect people outside of the professional capacity. Does that make sense? I don't have anything more to add. That's my opinion and answer to that question. I did not talk about the America's Next Top Model doc either. When I hear terms, I can't get the I sexually identify as an attack helicopter video. Yeah, it's a thing. ATR for, oh yeah, that's 400. Sexy like a chocolate strawberry. Yum. What's your name? Clementine. You are so beautiful. Thank you. I'm going to catch up with other things in the meantime. How did you find the cyclone? I don't have to worry about it. I'm very far away from the cyclone. I am in the UK these days, but my parents were in Hamilton, and so they had no issues with the cyclone near New Zealand. Shadow of the Colossus and The Last Guardian lock the trilogy in. Which one's ICO? I don't know this one. Can you write ICO out in full? Because I don't know. Do you work out? I go for a lot of walks, but I don't do any like muscle stuff. Say beautiful lady, thank you. I feel the differential of male and boy is a difference. Also true, yeah. My sorority found out that I liked women and I was kicked out of university. Damn. See, again, this feels... I'm so sorry. That really sucks. Get back in the kitchen. I will need to make some breakfast after stream, so I will do that after stream. Topic the moron police, please. Well, it just depends on which ones you're talking about when you're saying moron police. Good self-correct, thank you. I've been putting it off, but finally having our engagement party in June. Have the best time. That's incredible. I personally identify as a god. To be clear, a god, not the god. I'm not crazy, damn it. That's badass. Good for you, Ron. It's one-sided because TERFs control the narrative over trans women. Eek. More cis women are being affected by these rules coming in than anyone else. Yeah, exactly. Check out the cover of the Pachinko album and please tell me what you think about it. I'm interested in your opinion. I don't know what this one is. Why are you talking like this now? Like an opinion important to ask for money for travel? Tom N said, can I ask you why you are having this line of thoughts yourself? Like, so do you have an issue with me talking? Like, I just want to understand your line of thinking as well. So do you think I should say, hey guys, do you genuinely think that I shouldn't be answering a question that someone posted and instead ignoring that and just saying, hey guys, I'm going traveling. Can you please give me even just $5? Even just $5 will go a long way. If everyone just gave $5, I'd probably be able to like get to Paris and back for a weekend like within an hour or something. Is that what I should be doing? Like I want to like how do you want me to respond to your question of why are you talking like this now? Do you think passing laws about high school sports is more or less important than regulating our ability to drop bombs on children or pay for healthcare? See, it does feel like a lot of it is a bit of a, is it a smoke screen? It's like, let's put a lot of our time and energy on figuring this thing out while you ignore all of the other things. But yeah, I would like to see more effort into paying for healthcare, of course. But yeah, I would, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna have a strong opinion. I think that it's less important than talking about bombs and healthcare. That's my thought. I don't know if I'm gonna. Maybe it's a hot take, but I really do think it's less important. The committees are currently being totally influenced by the politics because previously such rules have been banned due to bad science and invasive tests. There we go. See, and that's just something that I don't have so much information on. And I guess that's also why I am aware that all I hear, it just feels like a lot of what we're being told instead of the things that we can go out of way to look at as well. Trans men are not good enough to compete in top levels as real men. That is not information that I have seen evidence on. I think it can vary from sport to sport, but I feel like if they are not good enough to compete in top levels, then they should be allowed to compete anyway, right? Because then it's just, if they can't even get in the top levels, then they may as well try. So I, for example, if I were to try and be a professional tennis player, I would get absolutely decimated. Does that mean I shouldn't be allowed to try? And I didn't even put a gender on that tennis either. I'm just saying professional sports. If you think that a trans man is not able to win a competition, then there should be no issues with trans men being in professional league. You know what I mean? That is an old war. Or it's a new one and someone poorly constructed it, which is what our ongoing thought is. You're a Christian? I'm not a Christian, no. Is your dad Christopher Luxon? No, they are not. Personal take, if they have transitioned before puberty, they should have no problem. We're in transitional phase from a population not knowing much about trans people. This is an incredibly good point. Hopefully 1 or 2 more generations will have more nuance, understanding, and care less. We still have people with problems with queer, even though it's not that bad, as we have a while to go. I also feel like it's not just issues with being queer, being gay, being trans, but also I think a lot of it can come from a lot of misogyny on top of that. That's kind of my take. It feels like a lot of the issues, and I say this as someone who doesn't face the issues that a trans person has, and so we're always having these conversations towards or rather about a population and a demographic that often the people who are having that conversation aren't even identifying as. So I think the best thing to do is listen to the voices of the people involved rather than trying to decide on their behalf. And it feels like a lot of the conversations around had by people that are not affected by these things. Where are you living? I'm living in the UK. To increase your subscriber count, cut your hair short and share a video of it. Your subscriber count will increase. I don't actually think this is true because I've cut my hair in the past live on stream and my it didn't really help. Gonna go now. Yes, of course. Do your thing, Janek. Thank you so much for hanging out. All the best with your travels back home as well. Great stand-up. Thank you. The science shows that after a certain amount of hormones, trans women show no physical advantage over cis women, if that helps. Then that's the other thing, is people talk about physical advantage, but the same way that I feel like there are going to be, like, if we're going to say, oh, the physical advantages, then it's the same as like basketball, how taller people have physical advantages in basketball, like, so there are always going to be physical advantages when it comes to sport, right? I've asked what the point of your channel is. You've responded by saying traveling, I pay no rent. I do not think that that is how I responded. I think that you are absolutely and intentionally putting words in my mouth. There is no point in this channel. Yes! Exactly, Tom! It's almost like you understood. There is no point in this channel. There is no reason for me to go live other than me wanting to enjoy myself, and hopefully other people will enjoy that too. I agree! No one's arguing with you there! What is the point of any channel? You know? No, there is no point in this channel. That is correct. That is correct. I have said your answer of what I do rather than the point. The point is just for people to enjoy themselves. If you are not enjoying yourself, then you don't have to be here. So I ask you, why do you come back? Why do you stay in the conversation? Like, this is not the first time you've been here, and you've also spent now hours of your time being in this community. So instead of asking me what the point of my channel is, may I ask you, why have you come back? Why are you commenting? And so that is something that I would like to hear from you, rather than you always expecting answers from me. I'm a female amateur boxer. We actually had a male that transitioned to female, and every woman he faced suffered broken jaws. Ouch. But I feel like the pronouns are there. But that's also being in boxing, right? Staying and have fun. Yeah, exactly. To have fun is very much a point. It's a good point, isn't it? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Would it be great if you said text the rich? So you really think that I do this purely for money? Because I can tell you that it's not for money. I can tell you that it is not for money, because I know how much I earn. And so how much do you think I earn that would make this channel worthy of doing it just for money, basically? Trans issues are meant to dive us into fake culture wars instead of us mass purchasing guillotines on the upper class. Yep. It's time we just use bomb the stranger who moves if the water doesn't flow the way we want. Obviously, shrapnel can do it for us. Anyway, there's a whole nother thing. More quick jab at transphobic rules. Trans women are banned from men's chess, which implies an assumption that men are genetically better at chess. I did not know that, and that is making me very mad. Do you play tennis? I will answer that once I've got answers from the questions I've posed to you, Tom. From very long ago, people said that young generation are not good, but oh, how the tables have turned. I have had a big faith in the younger generation ever since I saw them protesting for the environment. I was like, they'll be okay. The millennials will be okay too, really. Problem is, even people concerned by the whole trans and women's sports are being ignored as well. I think that it's with what we know about or what has been taught to us about how we see gender, it is a complex conversation. But I think if we strip away a lot of that, then it's more about why is this conversation be had rather than what should the result be. Does that make sense? I'm well, doctor. How are you? Like when you hear I'm spending time with a good friend and I always have a good time. Thank you. There are 2 points in this channel and that's only when it's gold. I thought this was a Fight Club channel. Well, I mean, yeah, don't talk about it. Doesn't matter what you're yapping or doing. It's just good company. There we go. Why are you getting so excited when I said there's no point? Because it's true. Let a general have a good point. Have you seen Big Hairy News? No, this one. Tom, I think you're deliberately not answering my question. You're giving me you're giving more statements without actually asking the question, while still trying to get me to ask questions. So I just want to get your answer. I've posed it very simply for you as well. Why do it? As in why live stream? I love live streaming. It's fun. I get to hear other people's opinions. I get to have conversations. I think it's great. Cannot speak for him and wouldn't care because I am not him. Me personally, I stick around because we have great chats. Thank you. Thank you. Why we have male and female sport categories? Answer is simple. Male biologically an advantage for most sports. A person transition from male into female have advantages in general. So in my view, it should be regulated. We can't say inclusion. That is simple, not fair to females. I hate when people flag everyone transphobic with view trans men should not compete in female categories. But that's the thing is, as a woman, like as someone who is not a trans woman, a trans man, I'm just a woman. I find that kind of talk somewhat disingenuous because and this is what I was saying, but it feels more like an issue on women and rather than an issue on trans women. And this is what I'm saying is it's until we are having the conversation when we are talking about trans rights in general, professional sports for trans men, for men and women's sports, there is evidence that shows that there are some sports where women outperform men. And so I think we are putting this blanket statement that men outperform women. And chess was a great example. Why should there be men's and women's chess? And like archery is apparently a good example. Why should there be men's and women's archery? And so until I would look at the history of women's sports in general, I would be hesitant to have too strong an opinion on it being that it's because males have an advantage, because they have this biological advantage. Because for a long time, women were not even allowed to do professional sports. That's why they're so disadvantaged when it comes to finances. People don't seem to care about women's sports unless it's whether or not a trans woman should be playing in them. For so long, professional women's sports did not exist. Like the original Olympics were just for men. And so I would like, and I'm not saying this as this is the truth. I am saying this as this is something that I would look into before having just excluding trans people from sports altogether. Something I would like to look into is exactly what you've said. Why do we have male and female sport categories? Is it simply because they outperform? Is it because we created a category for women's sports because we did see that there was a market there? That is not me as a gotcha. It is legitimately just I would like to see how, from a historical standpoint, we did have this inclusion of women's sports when it used to be just men. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to say this as like things to consider, in the sense that I think a lot of people have very strong opinions on the exclusion of trans women in women's sports, and I get it. That's the thing, is I genuinely do understand it. I do, like, I know that we can see that in the results of sprinting, for example. The world records for sprinting 100 meters is consistently higher with the men's sports, the women's sports, compared to the women's sports. I don't have the answer on whether or not this should now be mixed included, because I feel like that would be a conversation I would want to have with professional sports people. How do they feel about this? And then considering as well, one moment. No TTS. Thank you for the resub, Planet Express. It's good to see you. Considering as well that I've lost my train of thought with this one. The inclusion sports. Other aspects like funding when it goes to women's sports, and the other aspects. I know people talk about boxing, for example, how a man will beat a woman. Well, this could be my ignorance, but is that not what weight classes are for? It just feels like a lot of the involvement is this assumption that women are just so weak, when we're not talking about women, we're talking about professional athletes. We're talking about people who have trained in this craft for God knows how long. It just feels like if I were to do a whole bunch of strength training and fighting training, then I would probably be able to best, like, just not every man, but I would be able to best an untrained man. And so it just feels like sometimes the conversation just feels, it's like it's just shitting on women. And so that's why I feel quite sad when it comes to the conversations about trans women in sports, because it always just seems to come back to telling me as a woman how pathetic my gender is. And so that's where it gets a little weird, like, but professional athletes are completely different, and so maybe there would be nuance in some sports where, and then, oh, that's right, I remember the thought that escaped me. I think it is a lack of understanding of what trans people go through for the process of transitioning. And it feels like people are just wanting to say, oh, well, I can now change my gender just by simply changing my pronouns, and that now allows me into another sport. I do think that there should be, I understand why there should be conversations had around these. But where is someone in their transition? How does that affect someone who is transitioning now? Like, if they're trans, are they just not allowed to be in professional sports? I think that it is a complex, it is a complexity. Because if you say, well, if they've transitioned before puberty, then there's no advantage. If they've transitioned only as a 30-something-year-old, then they will have a very different physique. It is complex. I think that it is the reality. It is complex. And I think that, like I said, so many people seem to get so riled up over very specific things. And for me, that is being told that... that or feeling like this implication is that women just suck at sport. Anyhow, I'm going to catch up with some of these things. I went on a little bit of a rant there, so I'm going to catch up with the words. Okay, so Tom says, I'm commenting to try and understand, are you helping or hindering in society? I don't think I'm doing it either. Sometimes things are just net neutral, you know? I think that you could look at it from an individual standpoint. If people are enjoying themselves and enjoying having a place where they can have conversation, and that is a positive, then I would say that would be helping. Do you want to say society? Maybe not. I pay my taxes. So that would be a way of helping society. I pay taxes, and so I guess it's just Tom, how you figure things out. If you think I'm hindering society, then is that you implying that you should be here to put a stop to that? You know, you did comment that you travel for free from this channel. That is not what I said. That is not what I said. You're purposely misrepresenting what I said. Okay, how about looking at their advantages rather than generals they were born with? Hashtag not all trans men. Also this. Millennials are the first generation to, instead of becoming more conservative, moves more progressive and left-wing as they mature. Ah, there we go. She's pretty patient. Singed because you're a ball breaker. Ew. Millennials are breaking the boomer mold, and almost nothing is better than that. I like that. That is fun. I'm commenting to try and understand. That's not how understanding works. All right, I'm just catching up here. You spend time here, Tom. Claim has never asked anyone to do that. You make your own choices about your money. Exactly. Was happening in New Zealand when people protested against Springbok's tour. Yes, this is absolutely was a great thing as well. I liked it when men were men and other bullshit. Yeah, I'm a dude. I don't play chess. Checkers, but never chess. Checkers is fun. Only women to win medals at both the normal Olympics and the Paralympics. Oh my gosh, cool. Men and women are different, both a beautiful creation by God. We both have special gifts, and when in harmony can really help each other. I agree. I think that there are a lot of differences that we should be checking in on and asking and understanding. And that's why I try to hear from other people as well and not discount their opinion. I think that it can become a very dangerous game. I do wonder if we will end up in a little bit more of a neutrality if we as we become more accepting. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. It's just I wonder. To be honest, I'm not just it's not just because I'm an ally. Why do sports even matter? I know, right? Exactly. Exactly. Male and female bodies are too different and have different capabilities. But in some sports, that would be irrelevant. And so that's what I mean, is I do think that we try to put this blanket statement on a lot of things. And again, that understanding that it's not just about men and women, it's about professional sports players. And on top of that, it always comes back to sports instead of just other trans issues. It's always about sports and bathrooms, which makes me think that people are just trying to not think about just a regular trans person's experience. These are the big two that people try to talk about. Oh, I guess, and also puberty blockers. That's another one that, but it's because, and maybe this is answer to your question of why sports. I think some of it can come to it because it's easy. It is, not easy to have an answer, but it's something that everyone understands. Pretty much everyone has participated in sports in some shape or form, either by watching it or literally playing as a kid. And so that's something that they can understand, whereas when we've been told that there are two genders our whole lives, trying to reshape that mold is a harder conversation or a harder thing to grapple with, and understanding hormones and transitioning and all of these things are so different to what we have grown up with compared to sports, which we all kind of know, where it's like, I think that's why it comes up a lot. And again, that's why it feels like, why is it that sports are the things that are being talked about instead of the access to medical health care that trans people should be allowed? Is there such a difference between levels of the game because the women have been excluded from professional sport? That is something that I have asked as well. Is it hundreds of years of not having a professional sports industry for women? I did watch a documentary literally so many years ago that did that showed the increase of speed for women and how that is still increasing, and they could get to a point where it would be on par for sprinting. It could be on par with men one day. But it was just a theory, so that's why I didn't really bring it up earlier. professional women's cleaning, cooking, and BJs and watch that sport, and I'm sure you do. There are plenty of websites that allow you to have that. Kia ora Māori media. I'm of the opinion that I don't need to have an opinion on everything. Sometimes I find it's better to leave to experts. Exactly, and so that's kind of how I feel. I am quite comfortable not knowing and not having an answer, but that doesn't mean that I don't have thoughts on things. And that's the beautiful thing about thoughts and opinions. They can change, and that's why conversation is important, and that's why I think that we shouldn't necessarily stray away from the conversations on top of that, because otherwise we're just going to end up in echo chambers. We're going to end up taking advice from people that we don't have personal conversations with. And therefore, like when it comes to politics, a lot of people are like, don't bring up politics, don't talk about politics. It's a emotional topic. Don't bring it up at the family dinners and whatnot. And so then what happens is, how do we learn how to vote? By what's being told, by what hits our algorithm. And I think that being more comfortable in discomfort and conversations is healthy, so that we can have differing opinions and then walk away from it and just go, yeah, that is something that I hadn't thought about. But I don't think that sharing these differing opinions with like heated debate helps. But unfortunately, a lot of these things do make us heated. Like I said, for sports, it makes me not necessarily heated, but it does make me feel like my own gender is being attacked sometimes, and that is something that I have the ability to go, okay, I'm feeling like this is becoming personal. Breathe, let go, and see what other people think. And that's the thing, is a lot of people forget that multiple things can be correct. And so that's, again, where I think some of the nuance can be. Okay, let me continue to catch up. Stuff like that are nice for the morale of the people and the benefits of physical and mental health, and it's also nice to be competitive to a degree. True. I think chess games or women's never bet a man or even come close. In chess or chest? Because chess, I can tell you that there are many women who have beat many men. I wrote for most sports. There are sports that males don't have advantage, but if we look at every sport individually, we can come to a conclusion and regulate it. I'm not so certain. I think, again, that it is more nuanced, not because, and it is a conversation that I would want to have with the people who are actually involved in it and the people who aspire to be in these categories as well. Like, I really don't feel like I can have a strong opinion on how an aspiring athlete would want to participate because I don't do sports, and that's just it. I'm not I mean, if you want me to try and put myself in that mindset, then I can, but for me, I'm like, it's just not something that I do. And so I think that's where again, if that's already nuanced, if it's most sports, some sports, are we just going to make these categories all separate altogether? If that is the case, then do we have a trans category? How would that affect trans professional athletes as well? Because by the same logic, trans men is very different to trans women. If you are using the idea that males and females biology is different, it is complex. That's the reality. It is complex, and I think sometimes we do have people who are trying to downplay that idea. It is not even if you are someone who is very much like we should mix all genders into sports and are comfortable with that. I think that even that person can understand that it is complex to someone who is unwiring or untangling a lot of the rhetoric that they've been told. And so yeah, I do think it is tough, and that's why my opinion is that I think it is disingenuous conversation unless we're covering all trans people and also the professionals and experts in it. And I am concerned about I think this is where I'm getting at, Crossbow, is I am concerned that trying to regulate professional sports that already have regulations, already have rules, has an effect on
someone who's not professional. And I don't think that us trying to dictate what a professional league should do should affect just an average trans person's experience. And so I don't want to get sucked into the idea of trying to have an argument on whether or not I think that male, men, trans, female, all these things, like who should be playing in what sports, because my opinion on the people in those sports isn't actually about the sports. It's about how those regulations can affect the average person, because a lot of us are not professional sports players, and that shouldn't affect the average person. I don't want to get sucked into the like, oh well, males are stronger, and so therefore trans women aren't allowed in women's sports. It's okay, that's for experts like Maori media said to decide, rather than trying to dictate for what a 1%, barely a 1% population. But I guess people can use that same argument of like minority, like not catering towards minority and small demographics too. So that could be somewhat hypocritical too. Okay, scrolling. Professional sports are a way to keep the masses in check, but they're also fun to watch. Okay, Tom. So what was my question to you? Why do you watch this channel? You said you wanted to understand if I'm trying to help or hinder society. Do you have a conclusion yet? Is that are you yourself someone who finds people interesting and you're just trying to see another perspective? Like, why do you watch? Like, what are you getting out of commenting on this channel and watching the channel? Unless I'm wrong, I'm not sure there's a lot of trans women applying for women archery, unlike other male-dominated disciplines. A lot of trans women applying for women archery. Well, I thought archery is one of the ones that doesn't show an advantage from male or female, but we'll have to look it up to be confident. Same men who don't want trans women in boxing happily go home most nights to box their wives. Yep, exactly. This is what I mean, is it feels like so many of the conversations are more about hating women rather than hating trans. That's why I'm not comfortable with trans women in female boxing for the dominating. And again, yeah, I understand it. And it but that's why I don't know a lot about boxing, but that's my understanding of having weight classes, and on top of that, consent. People, I think it should be about consent, these professional athletes consenting to participating in a competition that was against like a cis man and a cis woman. And we have seen people talk about that, but I have not seen enough I haven't followed, because I don't care enough, any trans women in boxing. And I would almost guarantee that a lot of people only know about trans women, if you know them at all, because of it being about a trans debate rather than because you follow boxing. Maybe I'm wrong there. I feel sorry for the South African sprinter. Okay, I don't think you do. Is there such a difference because the level of game? Because yeah, that's the one. She didn't know that she was born transsexual and tests. Oh yes, yeah. So it's not transsexual. There's other terms like intersex, which is a lot more rare. Don't get me wrong. It is complex. You either think men can beat women or you don't. I don't think every man can beat every woman. # not all men, etc. I feel spaced out right now. Yeah, no, right. Sorry, I'm just quite far behind. Bit of misinformation going on, yeah. She was born with both parts. Yes, it does happen, exactly. Intersex and hermaphrodite is the word. The misogynists are coming out of the shadows. Not to infantilize you, but good on you for taking the time to have a hard conversation. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, I am getting more comfortable with sharing my opinions and understanding that other people have different opinions. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. Controversy. I suppose you say controversy, Alexander. I say both, but depends on the context. Even in tennis, for example, the best female player can't take on the top 10 male players. Well, there's a whole movie about that, actually. There's a whole movie about it that was based on real life. Emma Stone and Steve Carell, they did a dramatization of a real event. Guess who won the tennis match? Now, am I saying that every man will beat every woman versus every man? I think that there are a lot of women tennis players that can beat many men tennis players. If you're saying the best man versus the best woman, well, then let's watch. Like, doesn't that just sound way more interesting to watch than just having the men and women's category? Wouldn't it be so exciting to see the best? Like, I don't know who's on top at the moment, if it's Nadal or whoever. Wouldn't that be exciting to see the best man versus the best woman in tennis? I think that would be exciting. And that's what I'm saying, is it happened once before. Let's do it again. Why not? And the reason why not might be because people will either feel emasculated if the women win, or they will use the fact that the man won. And oh my God, here's a crazy idea. What if it's not about men and women, and just that the person who won was the best tennis player rather than it being about the gender? Wouldn't that be a crazy thought? Maybe it's not about the fact that they're a man or a woman. Maybe it's just the fact that they are the best tennis player and that's why they win that match. That would be an interesting thought, you know? It's not shitting on women, it's biological reality. Yes, some female can train and be better than average male, but for top sports, there's the illusion that female can train to be better than men. If male trans men compete in tennis, do you think it's always tennis? Like, tennis is not a good example because we've already had this man versus woman situation. I can't remember the movie, but for fighting sports, I can understand a lot more. Fighting is very strength based, and like I said, Crossbow, I don't want to sound like I'm discounting your perspective because I'm really not. I understand it. Like I said, it is complex, but I think that a lot of people are pulling together all sports, and that a lot more you would see women competing very well if they were mixed. Instead of just saying there will be no top females. And I think it would be, I guess, if we really want an answer, that we should be mixing the sports and see what happens, and then we can decide whether or not they should be separated. But that's not going to happen. And with that reality, it just sucks. So like I said, I don't want to get sucked into your question was, how do I feel about trans people in sports? I don't think that I have explicitly said that I think that trans people should be in sports or shouldn't be in sports, because I don't have a strong opinion on that. But I don't want to that also now, like I said, get sucked into arguing a point that I actually didn't make. The question was, how do I feel about it? I feel like it is affecting people who are not professional. If you want to have a conversation about professional sports, I don't have an answer. I'm not here trying to say yes or no or inclusion of anything. And I think, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I don't have a way to wrap up that thought process. I'll continue catching up. I know I've slowed right down, but that is because I am recognizing that it is a conversation that requires a lot more tact and care. And that's why I just wanted to take my time with it. I feel people also miss the point that these athletes are usually at the peak of physical fitness. They don't usually represent either gender as a whole. Exactly. New Zealand had the first transsexual in parliament. That's cool. I don't have children. No, I do not have children. Because in a lot of sports, going through male puberty just gives you ridiculous advantage. And when people deny that, it triggers a reflex. Okay, so I have a question. Do we think that about all males? Because I can tell you that there are a lot of spindly males that I could absolutely take in a fight. I'm sorry, but they're I've seen some of you guys in real life, and puberty didn't necessarily make you into the strong alpha male that everyone is saying puberty does. And that's just a fact. I don't think that I am off base in saying that. There are a lot of different body types in this world. Some people are going to grow up super thin and lanky. Other people are going to super strong. And so I think it's like, what are we talking about here? I don't think puberty just gives you a ridiculous advantage, because there are a lot of people who missed out on that muscular advantage. A lot of these things come from good genetics, one, but also nutrition, for example, and just because you went through puberty doesn't mean that you're immediately going to be super muscular and strong, you know? Don't call me out. Well, I have seen you in person, so who's taller out of us, Toke? Just remind me. And I'm not saying that just me being taller means, I mean, one of us being taller would mean the other would lose in a fight, but just as a hypothetical, if she can't beat the top 10, the other women behind, chances decrease consequently. So I think it's great to have representation for sure. Hi, Super Coops. Clem is indeed with children. Can you tell? Oh, they're all over the chat. Hilarious. Hilarious. I don't really care. I think people do what they like. I do not think it should be encouraged to interpret their confusion as being trans enthusiastically. I think that if we're talking about kids and sexuality, I think if we had a less binary look on sexuality and gender, then people would be more open to exploration, finding what they are. I do understand that when it comes to having drugs, hormones and puberty blockers, they can become more of a difficult conversation, and people will have varying opinions on that when transitioning. We don't want to have someone who transitions and then decides to detransition. But I genuinely think that if we had less societal pressure on how a woman or man or trans woman or trans man or non-binary would look, that maybe we would see a lot more of this exploration of self and individuality, and then people will come out of that finding who they are, finding what works for them, and then we don't have to worry so much about puberty blockers anyway. That, you know, everyone is a bit masochistic to agree. I do agree with that. Do you need a mic stand? No, I actually like holding my mic. I really enjoy it. I'm not even being sarcastic. I actually have been enjoying not having a mic stand. It just feels nice and casual. Think it's scientific fact that a woman has never beaten a man in chess. I don't even have a way to respond to that. Do you want to go to space? Nope. Is it trans homophobic to think if you drive a Trans Am, you're a bit gay? Well, not if it's true, am I right? Hi, Harris. Why does the setting look like you're doing a podcast? Maybe I am. What subjects are your favorite? Ooh, red pandas. They're my favorite animal. Any reason to bring up a red panda, I'd love it. I think they're so freaking cute. Have you seen all the videos where they like freak out over nothing? Oh, adorable. That's probably my favorite subject. Love them. A bit ago, you were saying you're getting more into reading. I have just opened up a new book. It's the Discourses of Epictetus. I've only read the foreword, but watch this space. I'm going to get super philosophical and super wanky, more so than I already am. Favorite sneakers? Hoka. I don't remember. Like I said, I don't remember what they are. Trans make up less than 0.5% of the UK population. Not sure stats on MTF and age range of transitioning until the male to female until the numbers warrant their own category. We shouldn't be impacting women. Oh, that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah, I think I actually don't mind this opinion. I can see that. I think that it does feel like a weird. And again, why are we making it such a big thing in politics? When if you're saying that 0.5% of the UK population are trans, let alone how many of those people are professional sports people, it just gets even smaller and smaller, right? Play football in your language soccer with females as a kid, but as a kid I wasn't played rugby. I don't think female would want to play rugby with males. Okay, well then they don't have to consent to playing rugby with males. Yeah. Okay. Sorry guys, I am still catching up. You can get paid for being an idiot. This is true. It happens all the time. Look at me. 40 women have become grandmasters. Hell yeah, thank you for that stat. Women only recently have been allowed to join in professional running. Exactly. Hi Jeff, how are you going? I am doing well. I hope today is better than last Monday. Yeah, I'm enjoying myself so far, so that's a good start. I feel your circle talking a bit. Were you interested in any other subjects? Oh, sorry, Dan. Yeah, I was still catching up, and so that's why I was repeating the same topics because I was still catching up with the same topic. My apologies, Dan. America's Next Top Model. Okay, soon. Dozed off. How's it been? It's been all right. No chance at tennis. Please look it up. But there was a whole movie, and we all know that movies are true, right? Clementine is a cool name. Hey, eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. Very sad. I've been living as a hot, sexy girl for 5 years now, and I love it. We love that for you. I'm so glad. In 1998, the Williams sisters got a bit big for their boots and claimed they could beat any man outside of the top ranked 250 in the world. A player who's ranked 253 accepted the challenge and played one set against each. And the result? Are you saying that he won? Because, yeah, that is kind of embarrassing, I will admit. I think the 50th man versus top women or almost certain victory for the dude. Is this for tennis still? Thoughts on abortion? I am pro-choice, but I wouldn't want to get one. Does that make sense? Like, I think that it's very simple. People should be allowed the opportunity to have an abortion for a lot of reasons, and I am pro-choice, but if I ever had to make the choice, it would be a fucking shitty thing to have to think about. I'm very lucky where I have never gotten pregnant, and especially outside of being prepared for a child. And I think that if that were a different case, it would be a really, really difficult choice to make. But I would like to have the opportunity to have the choice. That is a simple thought. If you want more complex thoughts, I think that it is. I've had guy friends who were in relationships, and they had girlfriends who had abortions, and it really took a toll on their relationship. And it also is something that they felt like they didn't really have a say in themselves, and so I think that can be a little bit more of a complex thing, but they ultimately recognized that it was up to them together to decide, and they chose not to have this child, and that is pro-choice. It's hard to make that choice, though. Just because I am pro-choice doesn't mean that I don't understand it as a difficult choice. $100 for your dirty socks. I don't have dirty socks. I'm a clean girl. So concerned whether I could beat a woman, I forgot to ask whether I should beat a woman. Amen, brother. Amen. You need a holiday? Oh, I know, right? I've only come back from one week ago, and I still feel like I need one. Should be something where strength and speed aren't factors like darts or snooker. Yeah, exactly. I think that these things are indicative, and guns. Battle of the Sexes. Thank you, Cody Cameron. Is the tennis one. The USA Women's versus Wrexham was a write-off, but like I was saying, the men have had over a century in professional levels. Let's give the women a fair chance, then talk. Yeah. I think you don't understand that tennis experience, probably. I haven't seen the movie. Haha. The Wrexham men's team props get more money and funding than the USA women's team as well. Also true. Female sport then becomes obsolete. If you had a daughter, you wouldn't want her competing in a mixed event. I competed in mixed events. What do you mean? That's what I'm saying, is I'm not a professional, and I do think that there is nuance in professional sports, but I've had my own experience where it sucked to be now just told that I can't compete in boys and girls sports, especially at a very young age where no one's even hit puberty, and that's where a lot of these things spill over. That's always been my take. $500 per socks, yes, and send the money to 9Fox. It does not to make any dent in my respect for women. Who is better at sports? Also this, yeah, exactly. Used hair ties. I only have one hair tie, so I can't give that at the moment until I buy more hair ties. You think you're better than guys? I mean, I think I'm better than some guys, but that's not about their gender. That's just, I think that I'm a perfectly average person, and therefore I will be able to best fit like anyone who's below average. 30 minutes behind. That's all right. We know what will happen in most sports if we mix female and male categories. There'll be no top females in sports if we go that route. I don't have a problem with that. And again, that's why I will. This is what I'm saying is I do think that having representation is really cool. And I think I would have to think about it. Am I for women's sports? Is it because I want to see more women, or is it because I think that women won't win if they're in the men's sports? It's literally just something I would have to think about. I genuinely. I don't have a strong opinion on it because I haven't thought about it. I'm a stocky boy. If I train, I could become a muscle with a double chin, but I can never be a stick thin boy. Yeah, we have different bodies. I don't think men are inherently stronger, but potential for strength is a biological advantage men with have increased testosterone levels. Oh, okay. I actually really appreciate that, Jake Gaming. I think that's a really good way of putting it. I understand that better because I do know that increased levels of testosterone in women as well, even cis women, I do think you have a good point there. It is supposed to be something that does help with muscle growth, maybe. I haven't studied medicine, but Jake Gaming, I actually do appreciate that. That helps me understand a lot more of why people assign biological advantage. It's about the increased levels of testosterone, which is seen more in people who go through puberty. Men. I know. Yeah, but women have beaten men as well. It is really sad. Pre-recorded, definitely pre-recorded. Transitioning has some of the lowest regret rates. I should hope so. That's the thing, is a lot of people who detransition, their stories are used as reasons for people to not transition when, like you say, if that is a small minority of an already small minority, that shouldn't count for everyone. Which again, we can say to sports, etc., etc. It's just a continuous spillover effect. Red Panda was Clem's nickname in homeschool, only because I named myself that. Some males are weak as fuck. Sports are usually about the high-end tails. Exactly. Males usually have more variance. I'd pick Emmy over Einstein for research partner. Einstein, sorry. I'm not familiar with Emmy Neo. Emmy. I'd pick Emmy. I'm not familiar with this person anyway. Einstein couldn't keep it in his pants. Hi, Twinkie. Hi, Azan. How was your stream? I hope you've been enjoying yourself. Which movie do you want to watch, Mortal Kombat 2 or Street Fighter? I think I would like to watch Street Fighter, but I don't have any reason why. No. I don't think any want to do an abortion, exactly, and that's something people say. Soon Hungary has changed the government after 16 years. Yeah, good news? Cool. Hi, Sharpa. Do you ever compete in an arm wrestle? I mean, yes. I've sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. I got the numbers a bit wrong. They said they could be any male player outside of the top 200. Carsten Brash was ranked 203. Well, you were so close, though. Like, you're only 3 off. Except the challenge, beating Serena 6-1 and beat Venus 6-2. That's so embarrassing. They said they would, in fact, beat any man outside of the top 300. That is so embarrassing. Oh, my God. Get humbled. Get absolutely humbled. But it is interesting that they themselves thought that they wouldn't be able to beat anyone in the top 200. And see, those are the stories that I actually think are interesting to pay attention to, because that is those are professional tennis players that have said that they don't think they would beat the professional men's tennis players. And I am not so certain that I'm convinced it's just for biological reasons for tennis. Or maybe I just don't know tennis well enough. I will have to think about this one. And that's, again, I'm very comfortable just saying I don't know. Like, I just don't know. And I might walk away from the stream and go, you know what, that is something I think that the men in tennis are biologically, let's say, having more advantage than the women in tennis. But in this moment, I do not know. Do I want to try and come up with an answer right now? No, I'm much more of a quiet ruminator, and then I can come back later. I have one scare. We both loved each other, but weren't ready. We broke up later anyways. Oh, this is for abortions. I'm kind of sad, but mainly fine with it. It was both our decision, and glad she took my thoughts into account. Oh, that's good. Apparently the brass ranking was about to go down because he hadn't been performing enough or well enough. He was about to fall out of the top 300, so he offered a rematch. Hilarious. I've played with women in field hockey, both in official mixed comps and men's comps that allow women to join. Most of them were much better and more skillful players than I was. And this is, again, it's nuance, right? My friend is being forced by her overlord to lose the child or lose him. Well, it sounds like she should lose him. You know? Sorry, English only booted. What is the difference between women and cis women? So that will be dependent on you. So cis women are typically women who were born females. Trans women are people who have transitioned to women. Women include both of these things. Yeah, cis is not trans. Here is a head scratcher. Sports and the big money behind it is sports. Is this still a good thing in the world, or just now a way that we waste too much money and importance in professional sports? Probably. Average wage in NBA, the estimated average annual wage for an NBA player is approximately $11.8 million. There is a lot of money in sports. But in men's sports, let's not confuse that. Do I think too much money is going on in sports? I guess if I say too much money goes to sports, then by the same stroke, I would have to say too much money goes into the entertainment industry, as in storytelling in whatever medium. I think sports is another form of entertainment, and I don't think I care. I think, I guess there are caps on spending in sports, right? So they pretend that they're trying to regulate it. I guess they could cap it even lower. But does that achieve or benefit anything if there were lower wages in sport? Where would that money divert to, or rather not divert to? I think that's something I would have to mull over, is if they had, like, where does that money go or not go? If they were paying less, or rather earning less because of gambling, networks, asking for rights. Yeah, I wouldn't know where that money would divert to. And if it's going nowhere, then they may as well just keep it so that at least it can be taxed. And so then it comes back to tax the rich, right? Clem had a movie made up about her arm wrestling called Over the Top. How did you know? Okay, I'm almost caught up. Enjoying it. Craig is starting scene 2. That's so exciting. Yeah, there are wars going on, and it is very sad. Cis women refers to women who are not trans, exactly. Could you be at me in world? No, I could not beat you in dervish leg wrestling, but that's because I don't know how to play. Acceleration is huge. Centimeters matter. Oh yeah, for reach and all these kinds of things. For tennis, thank you. Yeah, so reach, quick bursts. Yeah, even centimeters matter. Okay, yeah, and so therefore, if you are, say, shorter in tennis, you would have to work harder, even just to, like you say, reach. Okay, and so then therefore, in tennis, typically the men would be taller, have that. Yep, okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing in a very, non-confrontational way as well. Tom remembers the moon landing. I need to be in the NBA. Are you very tall, or are you very fast? Speedy is the word I was trying to say. A woman is a woman, a man's a man. Yes, exactly. And in between is also fine. True. What you're saying is I need to get Craig to be a professional athlete. Yes, he is a man, therefore he can be a professional athlete. Does too much money go into the PTCG? I don't know what PTCG is, sorry. Hi, men, no sense. I'm going to call you Sense. Thank you for the compliment. Sport is just modern day gladiator fights without the blood and guts. Yeah, let's just bring back the blood and guts. No wonder people like wrestling and MMA, right? I love your accent. Thank you. I imagine most sports were created by men, regulated by men, and overseen by men. So has the playing field ever been level? Dickly. Give you much money, good ma'am, if you marry me. I actually am not one who believes in marriage. So although I do appreciate the offer, I'm not one who wants to get married. So it's not going to do it for me. The 90s changed sports from average wages to astronomical. Is that where it changes? I'm Silver. There we go. Hello, Silver. I'm well. It is nice to meet you. I'm glad to know you are well. I like the red hair. Thank you. The broadcast companies would just take pocket the extra money. Exactly. So then that's why I think it's better to go to the athletes at least. The professionalization of sport is still a new thing. Ah, there we go. Okay. There's something I'm learning. I'm from the Netherlands. Oh my God. There we go. Young people. Wait, are you calling me young? You flatterer, you. Majority of money in sports should go to the people who play it. Exactly, yes. Why move to the UK? Isn't Australia better? I guess it depends on what you are looking for, Oliver. And so for me, I was looking to the proximity to Europe so that I could travel Europe. And I've already done several countries in such a short space of time. So I'm very happy with my move so far. Just passing through. Thank you, Bonsmark. Much appreciated. I remember being dazed and confused. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment on the outfit as well. I feel like it's a fool's errand to want to quantify if there is a physical difference between genders. And that's the thing, is it's like, again, just this like blanket thing. I think that it was put really well about testosterone. I can understand that. And so I have decided that I will pump myself with a whole bunch of testosterone so that I can get into professional sports and earn $11.8 million. Thank you. Thank you for helping me come to a conclusion today. I really appreciate it. More important is to promote more diverse voices in the arts. And that's the thing is, so I do feel like it is nice to have representation in sports in that manner of, because I do think that if we were to have mixed sports, we probably wouldn't see a lot of women in sports, and not necessarily because I don't think that that the women will be losing all the time, but I just think that there wouldn't be so much promotion on it. So it's nice to just have our section. But like I said earlier, I have to think about it a little bit more. Fun fact, Sharapova and Venus Williams are both taller than Roger Federer. Yeah, Roger Federer never really gave tall guy vibes compared to the rest of the tennis players, but I'm sure that he is still above average. Roger Federer height 185 centimeters. Okay, so he's still that's over 6 foot still. 6 foot 1 inch. Wow! People are tall in tennis. Okay, I understand the argument for testosterone in tennis now. More important is to promote, the diversity. I'm lost in your eyes. Thank you. They are like black pits. Anywho, thanks for stopping by. I'm biased because I like movies and don't care about sports. You. Gladiator fights would take over all the current sports. That's the thing that I have to remind myself of, is that people really do like we're not that far away from gladiator fights. People would absolutely love to see the barbaric sport again, but it's about the promoting of it's like public hangings. It wasn't that long ago where we had public hangings and people love to go watch those. I am not one of those people, and so I have to remind myself that there are people out there like that. Hola, Nando. Modern professional sports originated only in the 1840s, driven by industrialization, urban growth, and a desire to showcase masculinity. Initially, sports were largely amateur, but by the late 19th century, organized leagues and cash amateurs appeared, paving the way for the commercial entertainment industry that matured after World War II. Thank you very much for sharing. That's crazy. Okay. That is relatively new then. Amateurism to professionalism. While amateurism was dominant, professional cash amateur terms arose, particularly in cycling and athletics, of all things. Okay. Yeah, it's my testosterone era. And I would like to make it clear, I'm not transitioning. I just want to pump myself with testosterone. Shark eyes, that's the one. Do you have sex with at least one man from every country you visit? I haven't so far, but that doesn't mean that I can't change that. Now, women, on the other hand, I also haven't had sex with. It's really disappointing. We have pro wrestling now, basically the same. Yeah, but it's not to the death, and I know people would be hungry for that. Okay, I think you're a Trump fan. I do think that he is interesting to watch. Would I say I'm a fan? No. It is interesting to say the least. If we didn't have Twitch, hangings would be at least something to watch. MMA style rules plus melee weapons would make for a fine spectacle. I really do think people would love it. think issue is with claim it's derogatory to claim male are advantages in sports. There's a lot of arguments about history, women's rights, etc. But in my view, it's wrong access to solve this problem. If I say oak grow higher than birch, I'm not derogatory to birch. It's illusionary to be inclusive and say think about birch. Don't say oak is higher. I have a problem with people project their view and say you are garbage and devalue female. Yeah, that's fair. That has zero implication. That's really fair, and I am sorry if I came across that way as well, Crossbow. I hope that as the conversation continued, that that was not the impression that I gave, because that is something that I don't want to be conveying. I think that I used the word disingenuous, and so I hope that wasn't being conflated. But yes, I do agree, because I see, for example, a lot of people who are like, "Ugh, men suck," like, men are issues, and I can understand that would be like it. I've actually seen this. Okay, I'll give you an example. With my ex, I was hanging out. This is back in Australia. With my ex, we were hanging out with someone, and then when they left, my ex was like, it was really tough to just sit there and hear someone like shit on everything that they are. So like a straight white male, and that they are the reason for the world's problems. Now, are we going to deny that historically the people in power were in this demographic? No. But I have been a lot more empathetic, I think is a better word than sympathetic, that if you're constantly being told that you are a bad person without having your own voice heard, that is what a lot of minorities have been going through, you know, homosexuality being illegal, like the slave industry, for example, and black people being treated as second class, some of that issue being systemic and coming into our day and age. But I think that if we are, it's not even an overcorrection, but it is now the fighting fire with fire, right? It's like, well, it's now your turn to feel shit. It's now your turn to feel oppressed. It's now your turn. And I don't think that actually teaches empathy or sympathy to the issues that minorities face. And so I guess I hope that I didn't give that impression and was just able to express my own opinion on how I feel especially when it comes to trans people in sports. I feel like the conversations are often had because of a disingenuous nature rather than because of how I feel specifically about how professional sports should look. And that's what I was trying to explain later on, is that I do see those as like if the question is how do I feel about professional sports should be operated, I don't have very strong opinions on it, because it is something that I'm still thinking about, considering, and trying to listen to as many people's arguments and have my own strong opinion, or rather not even strong opinion, but have my own confident opinion on it. But how I feel at this stage is that a lot of the conversations are being had to affect a demographic that aren't even in the professional aspect. Anyway, I read my message and now I use a lot of you in context of other side. Yes. No, that's fine. I understand that. I often say one instead of you, where it's like, oh, one should be aware instead of you should be aware. But no, I appreciate that. Hopefully you were still able to with your question learn about someone else's perspective. You don't have to agree with anyone, and I would like to make that clear. We don't have to agree with anyone, but I do think that seeing from someone else's perspective can be really healthy as well. Yeah, Trump is naughty. Okay, what would you do if you found me shrunk down to a centimeter tall somewhere? I'd say, oh my god, it's that person who keeps on giving this this theoretical, and it's finally happened. Now I have to actually make a decision? What am I going to do? I probably wouldn't do much. It's hard to take someone seriously if they start crying about discrimination against white people. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Where it's like, oh, woe is me. But I don't think that it is about discrimination against white people. I think it is, in my particular example, my ex is not like, he's a very, like, it's very sad that things didn't work out between us, because I do see him as a very, very nice man. And I don't want to now make him seem like he was what's the word? Crying about being discriminated against white people. It was the context of the conversation that was being had where I guess it was femcel territory, where even I was uncomfortable. And I was trying to call things out the same way that men should call out if they are seeing misogynistic behavior. I was trying to call out misandristic. Oh, that's hard to say. Misandry. Misandry is man hating as opposed to woman hating, which is misogyny. Because it was really tough. And I don't, like I said, I don't think that it helps us become more empathetic. It just keeps on pitting people against one another, you know. I'm well, Loost. I hope you're well as well. Where do we find your OnlyFans page? Let me know, because I am currently not aware that I have one. But if you have one, then let me know, because it's not me. You wouldn't do much. Sorry, I missed what that was in context to Glack. But all lives matter. But it's true. But it's also just, you know, the analogy of the neighbor's house. If the neighbor's house is on fire and yours is not, you should still be helping the neighbor, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other issues that are going on even if your house is not on fire. It's just not the time to have that conversation. If you can only pick one to use between fork, knife, and spoon for the rest of your life, what are you picking? And I can't do the spork, which is the best one. Probably a fork. I will go for fork. Ancient Egypt has been enslaving their own people since way back. Yeah, legitimately. I think the further away money is from the sport itself, the more honest and often more fun the game. Ooh, I like this. I think if every sport treated the players like footballs, there'd be slavery outcries. I actually do agree. Sometimes it is really cool to see amateur, like football, as opposed to professional, because it's so much scrappier, faster. Like sometimes there are more goals because the goalies aren't as good and the kicking isn't as good, so there's more misses. Yeah, I like that. I don't think it necessarily will help change our thoughts on professional sports, but I do agree with you for sure. And maybe that's where this, like, when Boba was looking up the brief history about commercial sports industry, and that being its own moneymaker, that it did have these amateur sports that rose up. What is misogyny? Misogyny is basically the discrimination and hatred towards women. And so that is not men hating women, that's anyone hating women. So if you see someone who is poorly mistreating women, then that can be a form of misogyny, if they are making it just because about their gender. If they are a dickhead, then that might be just another thing. But if they are unfairly discriminating against someone because of their gender, but because they're a woman, then that is misogyny. So for example, even today, I had people say, get back in the kitchen. They looked at me, they said, that's a woman, I'm going to make a comment about going back in the kitchen. That is a form of misogyny. Pee or piss? I say pee, unless you piss me off, you know? I don't say you pee me off. Oh, you wouldn't do much? Oh, about the shrinking down? No. But I will say that if you ask again, it will be an immediate timeout. This is not relevant. I don't find this a conversation that I enjoy entertaining. Also, howdy. Koreans being enslaving other Asians since way back. Really? That's history that I haven't really learnt about. I know that the history over in Asia is ancient and stuff that I have very little info on. So I will take your word for it. I just hope that it's not still going on, basically, is my only immediate thought on that. Thanks for the clarification. Makes sense. I thought he's a Trump type of guy. No. He's genuinely one of the kindest people that I've met. His intuition is amazing. His lack of discrimination is to be admired. The point was more about the fact that this individual that we were with was just a it was just very misandrous, and like I said, I was uncomfortable. And if you had replaced that demographic, because it wasn't even about like, oh, the conversation wasn't even like, oh, look back at history, blah 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 blah. It was more like people now, like white straight men now are all horrible people. It was that kind of extreme where it's like, sorry, what? Sorry? Circumcised or not, I am not circumcised. Female circumcision is not something that is commonly practiced, and I think that is much more of a mutilation. But me, if you're asking me, I am not circumcised, if you wanted to know. What people don't get is the definition of feminism is the belief in an advocacy for political, economic, and social equality of the sexes, aiming to eliminate discrimination and establish equal rights for women. It's not just about women getting more, it's about equal rights and justice, exactly. And so I think there have been a lot of feminists who have displayed really great rhetoric in that regard of making sure that it's not just about, equal wages for women, but also allowing men vulnerability and not having to be a man and ignore their feelings. And so there are plenty of things that are affecting men. For example, the high suicide rates, and that in itself shows how much we need to allow a space for men to be able to speak and be vulnerable. Do I think that is with other women? Not necessarily. I think that it can be really healthy for other men to be able to speak with men without, as long as they're not having the toxic manosphere kind of vibe. I heard Clem is going to serve some beef Wellington next time she's asked about the kitchen. Just about everyone were enslaving people. Exactly. This is also very true. The thing is, I feel like if we look back on a lot of historical things, and I'm very new to history, so you can absolutely call me out for this take if it is incorrect. But it does feel like a lot of it is to do with class issues, and the rich taking advantage of the poor. And if we take out race, because sometimes it's not even minorities, right? It's like if you look at South Africa, for example, the white people and apartheid, the whites were the whites. I feel like that's probably not a good way of putting it anyway. So I do apologize if I use incorrect terms. Feel free to correct me. I am trying to be careful with my words, but I might mess it up. But in South Africa and apartheid, white people were in power, but I feel like, and so often we talk about minorities, but in South Africa, black people were the majority and still are. And so it's really, really, really sad to see that such a large population and demographic were able to be taken advantage of. And so I think that sometimes it's not always just about minority, it's class issues. And we see that in I think Americas are actually all nations are, all nations. I don't know why America, we just get a lot of conversation about America because we can't avoid it. But you see a lot of poor people of all ethnicities, of any demographic, and it just feels like a lot of the issues come from being taken advantage of from the upper echelon, and within that, a lot of the people who were wealthy were white. Spillover effect, but you see that in other countries too, apparently, like in Asian countries as well. It happens constantly. I'm sure same issues are happening in India as well. It's just repeat. And we just talk a lot about our history from Western countries, and that's why a lot of it is pulled in with white. But it does feel like it is classism. Bringing class into it again. Yes, I am streaming on multiple platforms. You got it. I'm asking because you seem to be answering question nobody is asking on YouTube. Oh, yes. Sorry. The questions are coming in from Twitch as well. Hopefully that answers your question. Also, NZ, kia ora. Welcome on in. I am from Hamilton, but I don't live there anymore. I live in the UK. Women or men who felt uncomfortable but didn't say anything, maybe they deserve the right for a nice non-antagonist workplace, mayhaps. Thank you, Liam. Much appreciated. Yeah, we always crying about everything, you know. Have you had a full-time job? Yes, I have had several full-time jobs. What are your opinions on their near neighbor Zimbabwe? They kicked their whites out there and asked for them back, really. I can't say that I know anything about this, sorry, Barney. South Africa has a lot of hatred being drummed up. Apartheid was done. Well, it was British and Dutch. Like, I was in South Africa not too long ago, and so I started to learn a little bit more, but I can truly say that I know nothing about Zimbabwe. I can't even name the capital, so I don't have opinions. All I know is what you have shared. That is crazy. Hi, Liam. Yeah, like and sub to the channel. Yeah, both chats are combined on the screen, but not on vertical YouTube. So that is something that I might try and introduce maybe in if I can get it organized for next stream. So if you're currently watching on vertical YouTube, I know there's no chat on the screen, but on the horizontal version there is, and so that's where you can see the combined chat. But maybe that is something that I could add for vertical YouTube so people can see that it's not just the commentary in vertical YouTube. Hopefully that helps. What's the discussion here? Like, what are we doing? Oh, just that is a great question. I've said this already today, but I liken my content to catching up with someone for coffee. You never know what you're going to talk about, but you just end up talking about anything. And somehow we've gotten on to trans rights and racism and classism today. I think that I will try and move on from it, though. I think that a lot of us will be exhausted. I don't do politics on my channel. I don't consider these things politics. I just think that it is interesting to have sharings of opinions. And so we will probably move on to something else now. What was your full-time job? My most recent full-time job, I was working at an optometrist, actually. Not as an optometrist, but at an optometrist. It does feel like a stand-up comedy type set, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. So there's no chat on the vertical YouTube, but I will I'll add that next time. I just don't know where I would put it. Maybe up above my head, or just down here somewhere. I'll figure that out. I'll play around and see what can happen. Hey, Taranaki! Oh my gosh! Originally living in southern France. Very nice. Wondering how it's still light outside in your stream. Exactly. Thank you so much for the support. No expectations, of course. But yeah, welcome on in. I'm glad that you've been able to find yourself in the beautiful country of New Zealand. Was usually clearly visible. I still apologize, but those who didn't show anything might still be there. For the, I missed what this one was. Props. The women and men who felt uncomfortable that didn't say anything, maybe they deserve the. Oh yeah, they're non-taxes. Crossbow said, it's class issue. There's so many arguments in the area. Women were oppressed in history. Men can vote. It's totally forgotten that most men didn't vote. As we. Oh, sorry. I feel like that I'm missing the last point there. Sorry, Crossbow. Come join us on Twitch. You get sweet emotes. Thank you. I haven't figured out the whole YouTube side of things, but it's been really cool to see new people come in. There are a lot of new people on YouTube that have been joining the community, so thank you guys for taking a chance on the channel. And the Twitch is definitely the better experience, but also at the same time, do you, boo. Curious, what was your full-time job? Because your auntie workers? I don't know what that means, sorry. Trump fans always want to move on. I feel like the stereotype for a Trump fan is typically that they would double down rather than move on personally. I feel like the Democrats are more the ones who are stereotyped with not wanting to cover various topics. Maybe that's me. Happy to hear the accent. Very difficult to meet people where I am. Oh, especially in Taranaki. It's not the largest population. I'm assuming you went over there for work, right? Discuss anything. The thing is, I would love to discuss string theory. However, the problem is I can't contribute. So I am willing to learn if there's anything you want to teach me about string theory. Once I get my second monitor, then maybe we can learn more things together. I don't have the ability to like bring up a second screen at the moment because I don't have one. So it is basically just a chatting to camera, but maybe one time. Have you ever been airtight? No, I have not. I don't really do, what's it called? Auto asphyxiation, not my thing. The optometrist, where anyone can be told they're looking good today. What would be your expectations that people do what they want to do? So, for example, if they are enjoying themselves, then they can continue to watch the stream. And if they are not enjoying themselves, they can do their own thing. They don't have to be here. So my expectation is that one does what they wish to do. Another example of projecting problems to wrong people. I saw many videos about children in Croatia be racist by stare in black person. They are just curious and saw something new to them. Yes, I think similarly, when this is so funny. When I was in San Francisco, there was a group of young Asian tourists. I can't tell you which country because I didn't know. And they asked to take a photo because I had red hair. And it was like, whoa, red hair. And so you're absolutely correct. There can be this curiosity. I think I Show Speed is a great example of that. I think he's doing, he's come a long way, I Show Speed, actually. But the IRLs and tourism that he's been doing, tours, I think, have been doing. I'm sure that there are a lot of people who have never seen a black man in their life and in these like Asian countries, and they're like, oh my God, and he's so charismatic, and he's just like trying to involve them in the stream as well. And so, yes, there definitely is an aspect of just going, whoa, like this is something that I'm not so familiar with. And that is why diversity, again, is very important. This is also coming to men and women interacting with one another. So we're not just like, I don't know how to interact with this person. It's like, they're just another person. But like you say, if they're not used to it, it can be a bit shocking. But hopefully from a curiosity and a fascination, and it doesn't have to just be considered immediately racist. They're just not familiar. And I think that maybe this, I don't know if this is a hot take. I really do feel like racism is taught. Is that a hot take? I don't think that's a hot take. But you can see young children will happily interact with other young children with no preconceived idea of how they should interact with another race, another gender, just another kid, class, again, like whatever it is. And so it's not until they are taught, just got to be careful around them, whatever them means in this context. And so hopefully we can remind ourselves that we should just be treating everyone as people while still respecting the struggles that they've been through. And that now can be included in mental health too. I was wondering, when did the stories of our people come non-fiction? What a strange category. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's always built off real world anyway. I worked in kitchens for years. I'm even proud of myself on making the waitress cry. Oh, wow. The idea of just how it's always been, it's just for fun, is something I've had to personally confront. All I can do is try not to be a dick every day from now on. Yeah, but that's what you say. Like, that's what you were taught. The kitchens that you worked in were taught to be aggressive. Like, look at Gordon Ramsay's made a whole bunch of money off that being the persona. Like, that is something that gets passed on, and that's what they talk about, breaking the cycle and whatnot. Ah, yes, Twitch is better than YouTube. Broken jandals, you poor thing. 3 guys couldn't handle Clem. Ouch. Ouch. But yes, thank you, Gnome Fox. Let's think. You said no expectation when you're asking for donations. When was the last time I asked for a donation? Sorry, Tom. Oh, never mind. They've been removed. I feel like there's a lot of racism in Asian countries and it's actually accepted. Oh, really? I've not like I said, I don't know very much about Asian cultures, countries, politics, all these kinds of things. I can't comment on that. That sucks is, I guess, my comment. Gambit the intelligent humanoid talking cat typing on the keyboard with the paws. Very impressive. Had this in rural China. I'm half mixed Maori Polynesian, 6'4", long dreads, and had a little army following me around the countryside. That is kind of sweet. And that's the thing is, people who are fascinated. I don't think that should be seen as a bad thing. It's like, in fact, it's kind of nice that with your demographic and other areas would be discriminated against, that it's celebrated. It's like, yes, these are cool things about you. They should be you should feel good about yourself, like, you know. And but I can imagine in other areas that you would be made to feel small, probably try and make yourself a little, like, literally physically smaller so that you don't give off whatever impression people think of minorities, especially brown, black minorities. And it just sucks. It sucks. It really does. And so it's nice to have people who are celebrated and make you feel good about yourself. And I hope that that's how you felt as well. Is this a safe space for trans people? I surely hope so. We do have trans people in our community. And we have people who have trans or non-binary kids as well. I certainly hope so. And I know that earlier today we were talking about trans people. Hopefully they were the people, if our trans community happened to be listening at the time, that they hope that I did them okay and did them justice. It does suck that, again, other people are making this their identity, I suppose, instead of just treating like they're people. Everyone's welcome, unless they're being a dick, and we've had a few people who are being dicks today. To answer your question, in my opinion, going out of the atmosphere would require females' mental fortitude of putting up with the cruelty and pressure of the situations they face. Chris, oh my gosh. That is a beautiful answer. I feel like, Chris, are you single? I feel like a lot of ladies will be very happy with that answer. That's very cute. I like it. Racism's a learned, but children can be cruel. Yes, this is true. Children are very cruel. Children are horrible. And I think that if we were to now tackle another topic, that is technology and social media, I feel like a lot of the time that cruelty gets unlearned because of empathy and seeing when you say something nasty, the person cries and then you feel bad, hopefully. And then you stop being a dick as a kid. But when you are bullying someone online and you don't you don't see the tears, I don't think that kids are unlearning that cruelty. But I feel like that is a whole another thing as well. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I was drunk the other night and saw this Maori guy walking towards me with only one gentle on. I asked, bro, you lose a shoe? He said, oh, no, bro, I found one, eh? That's so cute. Lucky guy. I was living in a small town in Germany. I really felt like people were intimidated by me, so I shrink myself mentally and physically. Yeah, and then people wonder why you're, like, not feeling great, like why you might be irritable, for example. It's like, I wonder why. Almost like I can't relax at any given point in time. But maybe I'm putting words into your mouth. Oh, Maori had to do it. Meteor had to do it as well. I was in the southwest. Oh, you poor things. Good chat to a brother. That's cute. Bullying online in today's world in school. Yeah, I'm so glad that I'm not in school these days. I already had enough of the internet even in my childhood and schooling. I can't imagine what it would be like now. Just while I have caught up with chat, I do want to just say a little recognition of the conversation today. I feel like the majority of people really handled it with a lot of grace and tact. So thank you guys for being comfortable sharing opinions without antagonizing one another. Like I said, I hope that I also did the same. I think that people do have differing opinions, and we should be okay with that. And without being able to feel like you have a space to share them, I don't think that we can change our minds as well. So and on top of that, we shouldn't always feel like we need to change someone's mind unless they are actively harming someone. And so thank you guys for being good sports, pun intended, about it all. It's not what I do on my channel every single time. Like I said, we never know what we're going to talk about, and that is the scary part of what I do, I guess. But hopefully that can provide some interest and intrigue for you guys as well. And maybe tomorrow we'll just talk about like America's Next Top Model documentary that I watched on the weekend. So yeah, so thank you guys. I feel like it would be disingenuous if I didn't just take that time to reflect. I try to not just completely sweep things under the rug. I know not everyone likes talking about politics. Like I said, it does get very emotional. I hope that we were able to just kind of keep it chill. I think the only times that I got heated was when we had our Mr. who's trying to antagonize me, and that wasn't even about the topics. That was just about me being a streamer. So yeah, just thank you guys. Thank you guys for doing that. And then also, I'm surprised that these messages aren't being deleted. I'll have to I will have to work on that. They're supposed to be deleted when one gets deleted. So anyway, would I consider participating, just because they've been banned now, I will answer the question, in a bukkake party? I guess the answer is I am considering it, if we're being very literal. Would I do it? No, not for me. Not for me. That's a little bit intimidating, personally. I feel like I'm already vanilla as is. There's some sort of joke about being pale in there and getting more pale, but I'm far, far too mature to make it. But by definition, I guess being asked the question, I would have to go, let me think about this. No. Jesus, who said that? Someone who's been banned. So that's, but I figured I'd give them one last hurrah while their message is still on my screen here. You would have handled yourself as well as any man. I like to think I would have handled myself better than any man. In fact, Hold on. Let me get into character. I, in fact, think I am the best handler of this conversation, and therefore I challenge any man to have the exact same conversation and see how much better they handle it. Well, they won't be able to, because I am the best. I will be able to best literally any man. Did I do it? Am I a feminist now? The YouTube chat stay on screen, yes. Yes, they do. Anyhow, I can vouch for Clementine as being very inclusive and cool. Thank you. Unfortunately, Clem's streams have changed time zone recently. I had some intolerant new visitors. Honestly, I don't think that it's the time zone. I think it is that YouTube is its own thing. And also YouTube has terrible moderation tools. And I think that's why people are, let's put it, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Cunts, I think. Yeah. I think that's the word I would use. And the thing is, when people are being intentionally facetious, I think the only thing I can do is understand it's always going to happen. What I do, being a live streamer, it's always going to happen. But what is in my power is to try and not let it affect me. However, Tom would not indulge. Tom wouldn't answer my questions. And that's what I find. I find that just frustrating. I'm like, you want to rattle off and have all your opinions on someone else and all your judgments on someone else. But yet when you get asked a question, you can't come up with anything, or you deflect, or they say, well, even this person was like, oh, you're deflecting like a Trump fan. What does that even mean? I don't. Like, I just find it silly. It's just silly. But I'm like, bro, you're the one who can't even answer a question when it's literally directed at you. Anyway, these people fascinate me as well. You handle it well and joking. Well, yeah, thank you. That's all I can do. The thing is, we all know how stupid these comments are. We all know how ridiculous they are. And I think that, it doesn't help to get upset about it, because otherwise it's going to spoil the, what is it? The one bad apple spoils the bunch or whatever. I'd much rather continue to enjoy what I do, and I think you guys are great. You guys genuinely expand my thinking a lot and teach me a lot of new things, and I think that's really cool, and that's why I am very comfortable as a just chatting streamer. And I do mean that. I think there are a lot of just chatting streamers who are very entertaining because they are able to just talk at the camera. You can watch it back as a YouTube video very easily, and I know that that's not really what I do. I do find that it's much more about like you guys having a say and you guys having a voice. And my favorite streamers are people who are able to emulate that even on a large scale. I don't know if I would ever be that person. I think that how I operate things, I'm quite cozy as a smaller channel. I think it does become more difficult, but as things grow. But there are people who can do it, and it's very, very impressive. First thing you do if you wake up as a man, we all know. We all know. Come on. I gotta touch that thing. I obviously, who are we joking? I'm not, like, I want to know what it's like to have, like, something floppy to no longer be floppy, okay? Of course I'm gonna do it. We're not gonna lie about this. Come on. Anyway. I gotta be honest about that. Okay. You're better than me. I've lately grown very resentful towards Orange Man voters and find it very difficult to control my temper. I just avoid talking politics now to avoid losing my mind. And honestly, if that's what you need to do, power to you. I think that I definitely am trying to look at it as an understanding of why someone would vote a way that I wouldn't necessarily. And I think that particularly in America, it would be very difficult because it feels like the voting becomes like a lesser of two evils rather than because you're passionate about what the other party is going for. I think a lot of politics, not just America, but a lot of politics all over the world is like, well, you can't vote for them because of X, Y, Z, so you may as well vote for us. It's like, what are you doing for me though? Politics in that regard is messy and gross, and I hate it, and that has nothing to do with the people who are currently in power. It's just depressing. But yes, I am a big believer that and I've said this in the past, I often use the term vegetarianism rather than politics, because I know politics can be a lot more touchy as opposed to diet. If you are an extreme vegan and you are yelling at someone to stop eating meat, that person is never going to stop eating meat. Like, it is so confrontational to be shoving your idea down their throat. They'll say they're just going to keep shoving meat down their throat, you know? Whereas someone who is non-confrontational about it, I think it can go a long way. And so, for example, if you're like, oh yeah, I've just been trying meatless Mondays, and did you know that there's actually a whole world of vegetarian foods out there that are really great and not just literally lettuce leaves? It's not just salad. You can have like a stuffed bell pepper and it's delicious. And if you're a vegetarian rather than vegan, you can put a whole bunch of melted cheese on it and it's delicious. And then that way the person can be like, well, I could never give up meat. But they might walk away, and this is the thing, they might, but they might not walk away from that going, you know what, maybe I will try a stuffed bell pepper. Maybe a stuffed bell pepper, or capsicum as some people call it, is something that I'm slightly intrigued by. And maybe no one will try that. But that non-confrontational way, I think, can help make someone make their own decisions rather than being like, ugh. Anyhow, it's not up to me to change your mind. It's only up to you to change your own. Anywho, yeah, I thought about doing a subscribers only chat on YouTube as well to help get rid of some of the cringy people. But then I'm like, the people who are cringe will subscribe, say their piece, and then do I really want them subscribed? I'd rather have people who say something and then we laugh about it and maybe they'll convert and realize that you as a community are also really cool to interact with. And we'll go there. I was going to say scum, but yeah, that word also works. Good golden rule to follow. I'm living in southern France now and still doing it, but it cracks you up when people find out you're Kiwi. The energy completely changes and they open up for sure. Exactly. I guess in France as well, maybe they'll have some rugby culture down there too. Thank you for the follow. I'd go to space. Glad to hear it. Hi, Adrian. It's like nights on the piss. Sometimes there are just dickheads, but if you don't engage and focus on the night, everyone has a good what time? Yeah, if you don't make that the for the focus. There's a huge tarantula on the wall. I would hope not. I'm in the UK. Tom probably had PTSD telling a girl he loved her and getting the happy oh why question, him thinking hard on the answer. What else? Helicoptering, of course, exactly. The Hucker in the Lord of the Rings has opened everyone's arms to us. Thank goodness. Hi, Zahid. It's been 30 years. About time I learned a third Hucker. That's cute. Two-party system is inherently broken. I vote Greens and Marty. There we go. Trying to intellectualize people why they did that is like asking why we can't have nice things. Because, yeah, there are just some people who are. And I think that's something that I've had to become more comfortable with. I've constantly tried to understand why people do things. And sometimes it has no thought process whatsoever. And I have to be more comfortable in that. Learned long ago, don't show a girl you're trying to hook up with once we're warriors. Definitely a mood changer. Yeah, don't. If you are like, hey, Netflix and chill, or like want to come over and watch a movie, Once We're Warriors is not the movie to watch if you want to have a little... don't do it. It's a great movie, but it is not one that you want to hook up over. That is... Oof. Yeah, you had definitely learned that the hard way. Shoving meat down the throat. Do you even hear the phrasing you use? I personally avoid the news altogether. My friends and family know to let me know if something happens, changes that directly affects me. Being a privileged white guy rules. Yeah, this is something that I kind of learnt recently as well. In that regard, is because I shouldn't say for so long, but I also had a similar feeling where I'm like, well, it's if the news makes me sad, I just don't have to watch the news. And that, like you say, in itself is a privilege because we aren't getting affected. And for the most part, a lot of people that are probably watching the stream right now are not having to worry about a war, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have to go deeply into that. And so I think that actually changed my perspective of trying to be more aware of what's going on in the world, because it is a privilege to be able to just not have it affect me, essentially. But I will say the thing that is affecting me are the changes that they're making for travel in Europe. Ugh, now I have to get an ETA, a travel authorization. So annoying. Hey, your dad is in the movie. That's cute. One of the pop party guys. The dude with the guitar. That's so cool, Media. Oh my god. I did a pumpkin spice potato parsnip and carrot ratatouille to reintroduce my teen to veg. I feel like I need to cook that like this month. That sounds so tasty. I think I have to try and make a ratatouille. I've never made like an official ratatouille. I'm keen. Yeah, not all meat eaters. I eat almost entirely vegan, but I hate these activists who are in the street confronting people about eating meat and saying they support murdering animals. Exactly. Some people just don't know. They just like the taste of meat. I'm sorry that meat is tasty, okay? I can, as a vegetarian, I can also say that I understand how tasty meat is. Of course you want to eat it. Of course. But having someone be like, you're killing animals, is not going to help them stop eating meat. But showing them alternatives might, and I do mean that word very, very particularly, might make them eat less meat. And that's always what I've advocated for. I'm not someone who's like, y'all need to stop eating meat altogether. I genuinely don't hold that belief, but I do think we should be eating less meat. I think that meat was in itself a privilege, and that has now been allowed more to the middle and lower class when it wasn't in the past. Other than like rabbits and squirrels, like a tasty rabbit stew. It's whatever you could hunt yourself. And so the accessibility of meat is what has allowed us the privilege to eat, sausages for breakfast, for example. And so I think it's more about eating less meat so that the industries are not producing so much meat, and then that can help with one, being healthier people in general, but also the environment and animal rights, if that's your thing as well. But for me, it's more about the environment. Yeah, that's it. But exactly, I don't think they who they think they will convert by making them defensive. Maybe that's what worked on them. That's like, oh, I didn't know. Perhaps. A stuffed bell pepper makes a lovely side for a nice bit of steak. Hilarious. I am not going to disagree with you there. My then boyfriend and I got picked up once by Trevor Mallard when he was in opposition. Oh, right, this is for the thing. Are you feeling in an old factory? No, just an attic. Just an attic. Yeah, the 6 degrees, more like 2, exactly. Okay, Brexit means Brexit. Fine. I still need to go get my EU passport at some point. I've honestly got so many non-New Zealanders to watch Once We're Warriors with the fave romantic comedy. It's like the New Zealand version of the Drop Bear. No! That's so cruel! Oh yeah, Once We're Warriors, my favorite romantic comedy. That is cruel. Honestly though, at the same time, I think it is a phenomenal piece of cinema, but it is a hard watch. I do think it's great, but it is cruel to put it under the guise of a romantic comedy. Yeah, it's a Love Actually for Kiwis. Rough, man, rough. Hi, Silver. One method I saw on TV that seemed to work well was giving out sample burgers at a football match or something. Then only after people ate them, they were told they were vegan burgers. There we go. People were surprised at how much they liked the taste. They couldn't tell it wasn't meat. I assume nobody had to pay for the burger, as that would have made some of them angry afterwards as well. And that's the thing, is they would have only been angry because they were buying something that they thought they weren't buying. But now it's like, hey, it's free. You can just eat it. And people have done tests on burger patties to be like, oh, can you tell the difference? They can't. However, I'm not a big fan of the like fake meat patties anyway. I love like a cauliflower patty or a mushroom patty, cheese stuffed mushroom patty. That's devilish. That's very, very devilish. But I think that they do serve a purpose. The only problem is that I have with a lot of those fake meats, they are chocolate with they're filled with artificial flavorings, but I think also sometimes meat is too. So I wanted to wish you good night. Thank you so much. My day's only just starting, but I hope you have a good night. You love gold or diamonds? Probably gold. Diamond is too gaudy. Bye, Silver. They also might be angry because of allergies. That's how I found out meatless patties have garlic in them. Yeah, that's something you'd have to be careful of for sure. Chickpea patty, so tasty. Yeah. They never tried fake meat, so am I missing out? Should I even try it when I got real meat? I think it just depends on what why you would have a meatless patty. I think that if you're like, oh, I get why people can transition to vegetarianism because this is what they have to offer and you're curious, then go for it. But like you say, if you're just going to eat meat, then it's like whatever.
All right, guys. I think that I am happy to kind of call it there. We've somehow managed to squeak out 4 hours, and I can feel myself getting a little bit hungry. Have you started collecting stuff for the stream room? No, I have not. My road trip gave me a lot more money. I spent a lot more money than I was expecting, so I am going to go buy a monitor, HDR 10, because I don't need an HDR 400, sorry. And then that will be the first thing that I build on. And I think I'm still not sure. I had an idea of like a vine light that could be kind of cool, but I'll have a think about it. My issue with meat substitutes, this texture is wrong. There we go. My brain is like, nah, boo, fair enough. I tried the Impossible Burger patty once, tasted fine, but I could definitely tell it was not meat, and it really upset my tummy. Nine Fox, I'm the same. I didn't want to talk about it, but now if you've talked about it, it makes me more comfortable talking about it. I find some of those fake meats actually do upset my stomach. I don't know if it's the soy, because I'm okay with soy elsewhere, but I get it. I don't eat fake meat for similar reasons. Fake mince, for as another example, I'll just use lentils instead of fake mince. Anyway. So I get it. Thank you, Dave. Vine lights. Yeah, it's if you imagine like a twig, like a cherry blossom, but instead of flowers, it has little warm fairy lights. I thought that would be kind of sweet. But yeah, I just don't really know what to do. I've got so much more space out here now. So I think I might make that like a little cozy, not quite a library of sorts, but somewhere that I can just put some of my stuff, because all my plushies are still in a bag. So it'll be nice for them to have a couch to sit on, even if you guys can't see them. But I can't visualize it. I think that's the problem. And I think I'm also really enjoying the simplicity of just the brick wall. It's no nonsense. It's not about the aesthetic. I think that the aesthetic can help give you a snapshot and a glimpse of into the personality of the person, of the content creator. But it's like talking to a brick wall over here. So why not make that the aesthetic? But like I said, we'll have time to build on it. No rush. I think we'll start with the monitor and then maybe some consistent lighting, unlike this sunlight that is now making me look even more pale than I am. Thank you, Jandals. No, genuinely, it was lovely having you stop by. And thanks again, everyone, for indulging in the conversation today. Like I said, I think the majority of you handled it with a lot of tact, and especially just if anyone was uncomfortable, I hope that it doesn't that it was still handled okay, and that we were okay in our discomfort. And yeah, like let me know if there's anything that that I can do, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I've got no more spoons. My energy is waning. Not even from the conversation, just from the people who are purposely trying to antagonize. I think that's the stuff that actually bothers me. I don't get too bothered about having debates or disagreements, but people who are trying to be antagonistic, it's like, get a life, you know? Get a life. Whereas if you have a disagreement and you're like, I think that's normal, ? Whereas if you're like, you're a bad person because I decided, because I want you to have to get a right. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm dwelling on it. If I dwell on it anymore, then these people win, right? So... So thank you guys. No raid, because I still need a better system for raids, and this ain't it. But if you guys missed anything, it's on the YouTube channel. Yeah, stop me from shit posting. Okay, all right. Cool. We'll consider these things. Hope you get something nice to eat. Thank you. Maybe I'll have a ratatouille. But genuinely, thanks so much. It's been lovely having a whole bunch of new follows, both on the YouTube and the Twitch live stream. So thank you guys for just being an amazing community and welcoming people open arms. And then we can kick them out if they're a dickhead. So that's cool. You guys are cool. It's been interesting. Interesting is a good word.
I'm doing my part.
Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next time. I'm done now. Bye.